This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello and welcome, and it's round 7 of Norway chess, and well, the action just keeps on happening because yesterday Magnus Carlsen, he snatched the lead from Vachier-Lagrave. Will the world champion manage to maintain his lead or even extend it, or will Vachier-Lagrave start narrowing down that 1-point gap? Well, we'll find out today. I'm Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the Stavanger studio alongside Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson.
Thank you so much. Big day today, no?
Yeah,
There are
huge
no
day.
favorite clashes, but Magnus facing his compatriot Ariantari, whom he's crushed in the past, but who's a very solid player, and with black, will be interesting to see how much risk the world champion will take.
It's
Trying to mix it.
Yeah, I have to say, he's played very solidly this tournament, as you mentioned. He's only lost one game in the classical against Vachier-Lagrave. All the other games, with the exception of his victory over Wang Hao, it finished with an Armageddon match. So definitely very solid form. And Vachier-Lagrave faces off against Timur Radjabov, who, to be honest, hasn't been having a great tournament. Things just don't seem to be working for the Azeri player. But Vichy, as we know, red hot form. Do you think he'll manage to get that third classical win in order to start narrowing down Magnus's lead?
I don't know. I'm slightly not concerned, but wondering if Vichy will already think this is a great tournament. I shouldn't be taking any massive risks to destroy the performance, but in order to win it, he has to win today against Radjabov to keep Magnus's pace. Radjabov has looked, not great in this one. A lot, as usual, will depend on the opening. Can Vichy get something done in the Italian or the Spanish?
Well,
Curious.
I'm very curious. And shall we do a quick round of predictions
Sure.
whilst the players are waiting to kick off? So, Ariantari against Magnus Carlsen.
I don't know. I'll go with 0-1, but I think it's close between draw and 0-1.
Yeah, this is a tough call. I agree with you. I'm going to say draw. And MVL against Wesley So.
Yeah, Maxime, as we've just seen, is Wesley's nemesis. Has 5 wins, only 1 loss. But I'm still going draw. I just can never picture Wesley losing a tournament.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think it will be a draw. Vachier-Lagrave against Timur.
Let's go 1-0 to make it
1-0.
exciting.
Shakriar against Anish Giri. I'm going to say draw.
Yeah, fair enough.
And finally, Topalov against Wang Hao. I'm going to say Topalov is going to win.
I'll say draw.
Okay, so there we are. Those are our predictions. And the world champion looking very smart as he gets ready to play Ariantari with the black pieces. And D4,
D4.
is the
He looks
ceremonial move.
confused. He's expecting E4.
Yeah, Arian tends to play E4. You're going to accept it? Or are you going to say no? And, oh, it looks like Arian is maybe keeping that move. Or at least for the time being.
He has to take it back anyway, because you have to make a new move and then press the clock. The board doesn't register it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'd be surprised by D4. Arian?
Takes it back.
There he goes back.
Handshake.
He looks tense.
Yeah, he does.
Must be
doesn't it?
different. He's used to playing top players now. But to play against Magnus in Norway is of course different.
Yeah.
E4, E5. Sign Magnus not intending to goof around. The Champions Chess Tour recently he played some Wien-Hour sideline against Arian, got a horrible position out of the opening, and then drew it. But here he's fighting for that space. Knight F3, Knight C6. World champion, not a big Petrov player.
No, I haven't seen too many games with him playing Petrov, but there we see him employ the standard. And what are we seeing?
Oh, the 4 knights
Four
there,
knights.
that's not even allowed. Knight
Knight
F64,
F6.
ED94, that's the most boring line in chess. Come on, Arya. Wow. Magnus not happy now. It's so hard to make anything happen here. with black. It's very easy to equalize, but it's hard to mix it. Well, touch pawn.
Gonna move it. Knight takes pawn.
I don't expect
But I mean,
the
they
Belgrade Gambit knight d5.
No. But the chess. But I mean, this line is very trendy. I mean, it's very popular because it's solid. But at the same time, I have seen players try to play it out for a win. I mean, black hasn't entirely equalized.
I think it's mainly an attempt to make a draw or to get a very dry position. Like it's knight c6, bc, bishop d3, whatever move, or
D5.
d5. Maybe it won't go d5. Castles and now cd or bishop g4 are both fine, but very, very equal. Magnus once won it against Adiban, but it's hard to do anything. After d5, there's also this line with bishop d2, which is also quite dry if black chooses to simplify. Not sure. Magnus plays d5. Not experimenting.
No.
Let's see what Aryan does.
I played this with the black pieces once, and I really like the resulting position, just because playing with the center is so much easier than having to think about developing on the wings and just concentrating the forces there. Especially in an endgame, you can just keep pushing on and just using those lines.
And he plays bishop d2. Which, yes, asking Magnus if he wants to go for a long forced line, which ends in a draw, but where white has fairly little risk. I always forget how it starts, I think. Take on c3, then on e4. Or if he wants to find a way to keep the game going. We will find out soon.
We will definitely find out. Maybe this is not the ideal situation for Magnus. You know, obviously he will be wanting to beat Aryan, wanting to get an extra 3 points. Is he entirely satisfied with making a long or short draw?
No, it's
picking up
a bit
the
of the
points.
risk if you play e4, e5 that your opponent might play something dry. Normally in super tournaments, you expect the opponent to play for an advantage with bishop c4 or bishop b5, when Magnus May was also expecting a lot, to get some play. And this line, it won't be easy. However, bishop d2 now after castles, the quote-unquote equalizer is something like bishop c3 takes, I think takes, queen f6, bishop e4, long lines that end in draws, but black can make another move, like rook to b8, for example, and keep the game going. I would suspect that's what Magnus will do. The one thing to avoid is to run into some knight takes a t5 trick. For example, rook e8, I think, is well met by knight takes d5.
It is, and in fact that is the third choice in the database, so well, it's a common opening trap, so to speak.
He's played rook b8, which is the quote-unquote fighting move in these positions. So, yeah, understandably trying to keep the game going while parrying the threat of knight takes d5. Yeah, probably prepared for this turn of events. I've checked this a bit. I thought it was fine for black, but white is still very, very solid.
Yeah, definitely. Aryan has a few moves at his disposal. Rook e1, pawn takes pawn. Some people have even played a3, putting the question to the black bishop.
Yeah, I think rook e1 is the most common choice. Black goes rook e8, then some move h3.
Yep, a3 also is very popular. e5 is also another candidate move. Many games in the database.
All right.
Let's move
See
on.
what else we have. Oh, Maxime facing the Berlin. It looks like Maxime has moved on from trying his luck in this endgame. He was one of the last players who would regularly go for this from the white side. But here he seems to be favoring this move rook e1, which brought him a victory against Vesselin in the Armageddon. But Wesley is no Vesselin. Like Ice Cube used to say. No Vaseline.
No Vaseline.
It's a song.
Is it? Okay. I must admit, I don't know my Ice Cube. I'm sorry. I failed you, Jan. Okay.
Back in the days when Ice Cube had contract disputes with NWA and he left the group and decided to become a solo artist, he made a track called No Vaseline where he was expressing his dislike for some of the crew members and the events that happened. I don't think it's connected to Parlov in any way.
Well, you might be surprised. There's been a few tenuous links to chess these days. Okay, so the game kind of continued. Maxim has given up on the endgame and instead is fancying his chances with this position, which, to be honest,
Boring.
you said it, not me.
The only way to mix it here a bit is to push the pawn to d5, grabbing some space. They play something drier, like whatever, pawn to c3. These positions get very dull. White has a tiny advantage, but it's not a lot. Knight c3. We'll find out.
Yeah, we will find out what Maxim can extract from the position, but it does look like it's very safe for the minute. What about Vachier-Lagrave against Rajabov? So Vichy, of course, trailing Magnus by 1 point, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much. And it looks like a nice fighting position that we've seen many times before.
It's a very loud group of visitors.
Yeah.
Those aren't chess fans.
They are not chess
Can
fans.
tell.
Although they might have, do they have VIP badges?
No.
I think they do.
I don't see any VIP matches.
Okay.
Can't really tell.
They've got our backs to us, so, and silence has descended.
They look like, who are these people? Maybe they're bankers who win some bank.
Well, we are playing in a finance building, and we do have action in the center because Vachier-Lagrave has pushed a pawn forward.
Wow.
This is really exciting stuff when it comes to the Italian. You don't tend to do these type of things.
No, very direct d4. He doesn't spend time on pawn to a4, bishop to b3, bishop b5. Not be too many moves here. And it's the second time that someone uses d3 followed by d4 early on against Rajabov. Anish defeated him with, how was it, d3, bishop c5, c3, d6, d4.
Yep.
Here at least Rajabov managed to castle, so this should be less dangerous. I'm not sure about the theory. Usually d4 is not considered to be an issue. Why? White doesn't have to give up the center here, but just retreats the bishop to b6 or a7. So I'm a bit curious what Vichy has in mind, which obviously this is homework, but it's not supposed to be, I think.
No,
We'll find out.
it's not the most popular move, but I mean it has been played by Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. Also, Magnus tried his luck against Hikaru Nakamura, both times with great success. Jules Moussard, who was referenced by MVL in the confession, has actually played this as well. But maybe they've just detected that Rajabov is perhaps not that comfortable with playing against two pawns in the center.
I don't know. No one is, but it's not so easy to keep the center alive here. I'm a bit curious what Vichy has in mind. What do they do, like knight a3? Or?
Yeah, so I can show you what Magnus did. So Magnus actually retreated his bishop.
To f1, yeah?
To b3.
Black is threatening to take on
Yeah.
d4 and then go d5 now.
Yes. So drop the bishop back, and Hans Niemann, for example, played rook e8, and then this is where it gets very clever. White is not content with moving the bishop twice. He wants to move it 3 times.
Oh, thrice.
3 times. Thrice is old. Like 'twas thine eyes are.
I'll bring it back.
You're going to bring it back. Yeah. So bishop c2. And d5 was the game. And the game. But I think d5 is perhaps a bit too premature.
We shall see. Looks
Yep.
like once again Rajabov slightly surprised in the opening by d3 to d4. That's his Achilles heel. d3, d4 always takes him out of book.
Yeah.
There we see Rajabov, who I think has lost all his black games so far. So can he get on the scoreboard with the black pieces?
Yeah, he's not facing the easiest of opponents though, so we will see. We will see. Shall we move on to Mamedyarov against Giri?
Sure.
Ooh.
Anish, the King's Indian. Wow.
Now we have a breakout in the center. So the players are playing very directly today. It kind of feels like the games might be finished quite early because yesterday was a long game, long day rather.
I can't hang out here for another 4 hours. Like, two is all we got. Hurry up. E5 played, short castles. And here, of course, everybody grew up with the infamous, what's called Mar del Plata variation.
Yep.
What's Mar del Plata? You speak Spanish?
Yes, it means sea of silver. So it's where they found silver. It's a place in Argentina. It's very nice. I've never been.
Oh, you've been there?
No. But I've heard many stories from my mum about hitchhiking to Mar del Plata. Yeah.
You know, there's the saying plata o plomo that gangsters use.
No. Tell me, what's it mean? Silver or plomo? What's plomo?
What is it in English? Blei? I should know this. PB.
PB.
It's the chemical element.
Lead.
I don't know the word. Lead. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Lead. Silver or lead.
Means
Okay.
you can take the money or you're in trouble.
Yeah. Like trick or treat.
Not exactly like trick or treat.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, what I want to say is knight c6 is, of course, the traditional mainline here, but it's hated by most of the engines who really value this space for white. And Anish, he does have access to engines. And computers, they seem to say this e takes d4 and playing directly is not so bad. Rook to e8, followed by f3, which used to be considered somewhat dodgy, the older lines here. Knight c6, bishop e3, knight h5. Now, why is just a bit better after queen d2 or whatever. So, c6, that's the Lila 0 version of the King's Indian, which Anish is a big trendsetter, both in suits, social media, and chess opening. So I would expect this to become more popular after his outing. King h1 is also the main move, just sidestepping any potential trouble here.
Yeah.
Pawn to d5, very direct.
It is totally direct. I mean, can black get away with it? So, okay, we actually have a continuation from Shaq. He's just taken the pawn once.
ED. Yeah. In the old days, the line you were supposed to play was cd, bishop g5. But apparently, Anish has something up his sleeve here. This used to be considered to be better for white. As a kid, I mean, when I was 18 or something, I learned de knight db5. White has big pressure. But it looks like times are changing. Mamedyarov doesn't take a lot of time, goes e takes d, c takes d, bishop g5 instead. But now after knight c6, wasn't there a game? Maybe Magnus had a game. And after knight c6, black is supposed to be fine. So maybe Mamedyarov was bluffing. He was surprised by this line and he just does something quickly.
Yeah. I have to say, not that many people have been playing e takes d5.
Yeah, no, cd is more.
And not many top players either. I mean, we have at 125.46, Poltinovicius. No, I've never heard of him, but I'm guessing he's
Sounds
from
Lithuanian.
Yeah, I was going to say that. He lost to Chigayev, and Chigayev, in fact, played this opening twice with black pieces, so believes in it somewhat. And
yeah, it's a pity. I'd have loved to see what Anish has prepared here. But But we'll never find out. He's not going to tell us. Maybe he would.
Yeah, and no, maybe he would. In fact, yeah, you're right. C takes d5, definitely the most popular move. Bishop g5, knight c6. Bishop b5 seems to be
Yeah, it's supposed to be better for white.
better for white, and Duda's played it, Wesley So, Ding played it against Magnus.
Didn't Magnus have a game? Yeah, that's what I mean. Bishop g5, h6. There was some game. No.
Yeah, Bishop b5, h6, and then yeah, it finished in a draw in Chessable Masters 2020.
So it's a line that's catching on a bit. But Mamedyarov's solution, I don't think is supposed to be critical. Now, knight to c6, and if c takes d5, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, black has this shot, knight takes d5, when everything's under attack. But it also means that the tension will probably disappear quite quickly. For example, takes, and quick body count will tell us that not much is happening here.
No. And presumably you give some attacks, and they get bishops off, and
Such.
Oh. Yeah.
I don't know how we got here, but Anish will play knight c6. He probably knows this. Just ED is not a main line, so he's thinking a bit.
Well, he seems to be working something out with that. What's that in his hand? It must be a pawn.
Also, since he obviously knows the main line CD, bishop g5, he can probably figure out that knight c6, knight takes d5 doesn't quite work, looks similar. And e takes d5 would lead to the same position.
Yep.
He'll go knight c6.
Yeah, I agree. I think he will. He's smart enough to figure those type of things out, and also he seems to be in the zone. And I'm very confident when the players start moving their pieces around, they start playing with them, fiddling. And okay, so here we are, Veselin Topalov against Wang Hao. Any excitement there?
Yeah, what is this move? Like, they're playing the main line of the Sveshnikov, but here everybody plays knight db5.
Including the grandmothers?
What's that?
The grandmothers, that's what Yasser says. Everyone, including the grandmother, plays.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think we've seen any other move since... who were these guys? MacDonald against de la Bourdonnais. They used to take on c6, but that's bad, because the center gets strengthened. But knight d to e2, I've never seen this move.
I haven't seen it either, but I haven't played e4 in a long time. But I can tell you, someone who believes in it quite vehemently is Andreikin.
Huh?
It's Andreikin, Ponkratkatov, apologies for my pronunciation of that, and someone called Aitbayev. They believe in it. It's a trio, and practically playing all the games in my database.
Interesting. The thing is, other moves like knight f3 or knight b3 are well met by bishop b4, attacking this pawn and preparing d5, and white is already somewhat worse. But with knight d2, I guess the argument is now bishop b4, you can go a3, and this bishop takes, the knight recaptures. Well, bishop a5, I guess you go b4, and there's no direct threat. So bishop c5 looks normal to me.
And it would be the top choice.
Then they go knight g3, yeah?
Yeah, you have to go knight g3 because knight g4 was a surprising threat. So knight g3, definitely the main move, and now d6, renewing said threat of knight g4.
Now it slows down, yeah? Bishop e2,
Bishop e2,
castles.
Yeah, bishop e2, bishop e6, castles is also fine.
Looks like black is fine, but I wasn't aware this was an option at all, so that's interesting. Knight d2. I must have looked at it at some point, but I don't have any recollection.
Well, Topalov seems to be happy because he's not at the board, and Wang Hao is pondering his choices.
He's just as surprised as me.
Yeah, But I mean, this seems to be the name of the game. You like duck and dive. It's like chess boxing in some kind of way. You know, gotta launch the first surprise, even if it's not objectively great.
Duck and dive.
Yeah, duck and dive.
Is that part of the five golden rules of dodgeball? Dip, duck, dive, dodge, and dodge? I think so.
It might be. I can't recall dodgeball.
That's just shocking. Like, I forgave you for not having seen Triple R, but dodgeball,
Yeah,
such a classic.
I vaguely recall seeing it, but it just didn't stick.
This pesky team of outsiders, they want to save their gym, the everyman's gym, and they need $50,000 to do so. So they do the obvious thing. They enlist in a dodgeball championship where the first prize is $50,000, but they're up against steep competition. The steepest of them all being the team from Ben Stiller's global gym, who features some magnificent players. But then, miraculously, I don't want to spoil the movie, I'm not going to say what happens. They have to overcome many obstacles until they make it to the finals against global gym. I'm not going to say who wins.
Okay.
There's a scene.
It's got Will Ferrell, right? And if it's Ben Stiller always involves Owen. What's his name? Owen Wilson. Yeah.
I don't even know. Will Ferrell, does he show up? No, it's mainly a Vince Vaughn, Ben Stiller.
No, Owen
vehicle.
Wilson.
He might show up. There's Lance Armstrong, so some parts of the movie maybe haven't aged so well because Lance Armstrong gives them an inspirational speech how he overcame great obstacles to win the Tour de France 7 times. But other than that,
Yeah.
it's highly recommended. And at some point, the team is taught by dodgeball coaching legend Patches O'Houlihan, who teaches them
Okay.
the 5 golden rules of dodgeball: duck, dip, dive, dodge,
And dodge. Okay. Well, I will. Maybe I haven't seen this film actually.
You would remember.
I would remember, definitely, especially those 5 golden rules. Any other golden rules
Yeah,
that our
if you
players
can-
are following?
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a dodgeball.
Yeah, definitely. I used to play dodgeball as a kid.
Didn't?
Well, okay, hang on. Okay, is this dodgeball, right? So this is the game we used to play. So we would line up against a wall, someone would kick a ball at you, and you had to dodge the ball. If it hit you, that's it, you were out.
Normally it's 2 teams. There's a line center
okay,
court,
okay.
like in tennis, and you have to try to hit someone from the other team. But there's a catch. If they catch the ball, you get kicked out. So you have to hit them so hard they aren't able to catch it.
Okay. Yeah, so the game that I played was just, that was
That
some
just sounds
weird
cruel. Yeah.
childhood torture game. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. I always thought that was dodgeball. Okay, so I see you've got MVL against Wesley So. Any excitement brewing?
Yeah, I was wondering, the show was getting a bit boring with all the dodgeball talk, so I moved on to the
Yeah.
Rookie 1 Berlin.
Oh, well, the pawn has reached d5.
Yeah, the structure has changed somewhat. d4. Also, Wesley, he started with knight e8. I think it's more common to go bishop f6 here. So knight e8, Maxime expands with c4. I have to admit, I don't know that much about the Rookie 1 Berlin. Now it looks like at least there's life in the position.
I mean, these positions are a little bit uncomfortable for black. Just because, yeah, the d5 pawn might eventually be a weakness, but for now, it's uncomfortable pressure on c7 and space advantage. So,
Then again, if the
Ricks-
knight gets here, it will be nicely placed. Knight d6, rook e8. It still looks kind of compact, doesn't it?
it does, but you know, still you can pile up on the c7 pawn. Okay, so how to handle this type of position if you're going to try to maximize?
Pun intended?
It wasn't, but then, you know, I realized halfway here, I thought, you know, you're on a roll here, so carry on. So
Yeah, I know what you do. Queen b3 looks like a normal move. Black goes knight d6, rook c1. Some rook to e8.
yeah.
Can we do that? Or is I was a bit worried about knight b5. Yeah, maybe I should go a6.
Yeah. I was wondering whether it might be also a good idea to swap off the dark square bishop just on the basis that white's dark square bishop isn't really a great player.
I
So it's
would
like,
think no, because black is a little short of space. So if these get exchanged, my hunch would be that makes black life somewhat easier. Knight d6, a6, rook e8.
okay,
Very solid.
so keep those minor pieces on, follow the rules, don't break them. They do say when you're playing against an isolated pawn, you should always swap off minor pieces, so yep.
Yeah, and also white has a space advantage because the
Yeah.
pawn made it here. And then usually you want to keep as many pieces on the board because the side that has less space will find it tougher to maneuver pieces around.
Could you, for instance, like try and kick the queen about first?
Bishop b5.
Bishop b5, you know, ask a question. Yeah, that's it, go back to your starting square.
Knight d6 will reclaim that tempo now.
Yeah, and there goes my smug smile. Yeah, I was very happy with that move for one
It's a nice move.
second, and then reality hit. So, okay, no, the bishop can't go there, so you probably should just put the rooks on open lines, queen b3, and then the game just continues.
Maxime, taking some time here. Maybe you want some a4, because you play a4 in every position.
But a6 is such a nice move to
Yeah,
counter.
then you argue that now we fix this and we'll go knight a4, knight c5, I'm sure. I'm sure Lila's happy with a4, as always.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely viable. Okay, so maybe some action brewing in Maxime's game against Wesley. Let's go back to Vichy and Rajabov. How is Timur doing against Anand's two centre pawn? He dropped the bishop back to a7.
He went to a7. I would think b6 is slightly more typical. I'm not sure if it makes a big difference here. But yeah, intuitively I would have put it on b6. Not sure. You could still play what you mentioned, bishop b3, just to sidestep this idea of ed followed by d5. I don't know what else is there. White never wants to play d5 in these positions. It's a big strategic mistake because all of a sudden the black pieces are ready for action, and yeah, it's a horrible version of some sort of King's Indian.
Yeah. Yeah, I was told by one of my first trainers that, yeah, playing d5 is something you never want to do, but you only ever do that when you're trying to catch your opponent on the wrong foot. So black therefore has to be not prepared for this advance. Maybe the rooks are on the wrong squares, or maybe the dark square bishop isn't on the board like this. Yeah, that would also be a good motivation for pushing the pawn forward.
Bishop e3 could be a move when I guess this doesn't work. This is also a typical trick. But I thought just takes, and d5 once again should solve black's problems.
Yeah, no, you don't want to allow d5. So probably the best thing is bishop b3. But then how does it change? You know, the bishop being on b6, bishop on a7, apart from obviously that the bishop on a7 just looks a bit more passive.
Yeah, no, I guess rook e8, bishop c2, covering this guy, keeping the tension. And once again, it's a question if black can go d5 or ed followed by something.
Bishop b3
Bishop
on the board.
b3 played. There he goes. Giving Rajabov a small look. Rajabov out of book again.
Yep, he is out of book. Does this surprise you, considering that on the 16th of June he will be playing, or 17th of June he will be playing the candidates?
I don't know. He just looks rusty to me. I think this narrative that people are holding back their real opening
Nah.
for the candidates, I never quite believe. Like, it's not like he's playing any adventurous sidelines here. He's still playing very much main lines, the Berlin and the Italian. So I would expect he will do that there as well. He will have some time to work on them until then. But no, he just looks rusty.
Okay.
As for the position, I'm not an expert on this h6 move, so I'm not quite sure how rare d4 is here, and if it's the computer's first or second choice, if you're supposed to expect it or not. Well, you said there were some games by the likes of Magnus, Carlsen and so on. It's always surprising when people are out of book in the lines we played before, but especially in the Italian there are so many different lines and every position looks more or less the same. So that I think everybody, after a while, is always trying to figure out, was this line or was this without h3, h6? It's very hard to keep track.
Yeah, h6 is a common idea, but yeah, this d4 definitely not common. Everyone is more or less kind of developing the knight, going for the long maneuvering game. But yeah, like you say, everyone is trying to come up with new ideas, trying to surprise, and why not? Why not? But okay, so if rook e8, so bishop rook e8 makes a lot of sense, putting pressure on the pawn on e4, sorry, and bishop retreats to c2.
Looks like the only move, because e takes d is a threat. We still don't want to go d5 or d takes e5, knight b2. This pawn is en prise, so you gotta go bishop c2.
Yep.
Now it's the big question, d5 or ed followed by d5. I guess, since Vachier is playing this, that things aren't so straightforward here for black, but this would be my first instinct. Sometimes you see black playing like b5 here and a4, b4 in similar positions.
Yeah. Well, the game, so yeah, b5 is definitely interesting. The top move is actually just to go bishop d7 and wait. But if you were to
that's
take...
legal, but then you should be slightly worse, like
Yeah.
I was trying to do.
And if you were to take
Yeah.
the bull by the horns, like Hans Niemann did, you know, with just a d5, a very quick d5, then Magnus handled that by simply capturing the pawn on d5, queen takes, and then now going back to the b3 square,
Queen somewhere.
and then knight d2.
Knight d2.
Yep.
Okay. Thought
After
knight
queen.
a3. Or was it
Yeah.
with the bishop on b6?
With this was with the bishop on b6,
Yeah.
so it makes
See a knight a3.
yep.
To keep the option of knight b5 looks natural.
Yep. And well, Magnus got a great position.
Nice.
So-
All right.
There is some poison.
This game, Carlsen is trying to instill some poison into the position. Rook b8, rook e1, rook e8, h3. The problem for black is he can exchange all the pieces whenever he wants, and he won't be in much trouble. Like d takes e4, and yeah, white recaptures with the knight or with the bishop. Usually leads to some simplifications. Like here, rook takes, bishop e4, takes, and black can't actually take the bishop because there are back rank issues.
I just had a peek inadvertently at the computer line on the current game position, and it's like pawn takes pawn. I mean, and then it goes bishop takes, and then this fancy move came on the board. Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Like, am I going crazy?
Can we figure that out?
So
I know it makes
so
sense.
it makes
'cause
sense,
If you
yeah.
take, there's the same back rank issue. Let's say takes, and here.
Oops.
This is checkmate.
Oh dear.
So bishop takes pawn.
Yeah.
Just tries to get the bishop out of the way, so the rook covers it.
Yeah.
And taking pawn on the way.
Yeah, so after pawn takes bishop, the line kind of continued with a little bit more superficial spice, because after bishop takes that, then it was saying bishop takes h7.
How do you call such a move? Like bishop takes h3 or bishop takes h7 when a piece is giving up his life but takes pawn with him. Desperado?
Yeah.
Kamikaze? Desperado, yeah?
Desperado. Yeah. Like the Eagles song. It's a great song. Bishop takes pawn, yeah. So we do have some...
So how does this line continue? Bishop takes.
Yeah, and then pawn takes bishop.
Takes. So it's a double desperado.
Yeah, but wait.
Yeah,
You can't.
yeah,
You don't
waiting.
take. You don't take the knight.
Ah, sorry.
You flick in bishop takes pawn. Since the bishop is going to die anyway, you might as well take down a black pawn with it. So, and then after that, king takes bishop, and then rook takes rook. Yeah. Queen takes rook, bishop finally captures on c3.
What is this position? Still
Modern
equal
chess.
after all these adventures, yeah? Right.
Yeah, and then queen e4, and then still equal 0.0.
Start swapping finally.
Yeah.
The problem is Arjan, he might know all these lines and they all lead to pretty dead equality. So Magnus will be looking for a way to keep the game going, but then he might be slightly worse. I don't know, a move like bishop d6 comes to mind. But yeah, then you get this typical structure.
And then the bishop, yeah, queen f3, and then the bishop comes out to g5.
Yeah, c6, whatever, b3. These positions very hard to make anything happen. Like I've tried. From the black side, white is very, very solid. And no, it's an extremely solid choice by Arjan. He's sort of dangling these simplifications. I say, you're the world champion, you need to win, so please complicate, then I'll be better.
Yeah, it's actually a good strategy when you're the lower rated player, I think.
No,
and you might as well, and if it's going to be a draw, you might as well just agree a short draw. And then when the real action happens in Armageddon, you'll be fighting fit rather than having to play this long drawn out game where you've suffered for most of it. They've worn you down.
Why would you have suffered for most of it?
Because they're, it's Magnus, right?
Glass half full, Jovanka. Glass half full. You had a chance to play this exciting chess game against the world champion. You learned so much along the way. Instead, you're cynically trying to swap off all the pieces.
Yeah.
I very much approve.
You surprise me, Jan. Sometimes you're pessimist, sometimes you're extreme optimist. Yeah. Maybe we're rubbing off on each other. Okay, so glass half full.
Magnus in deep thought here. He can probably figure out these lines with d takes e4, or I guess knight takes e4. Comes down to similar simplification operations. I don't think black is worse in any of these positions, but to win them will be tough, even if he wins a pawn temporarily.
Ooh. Yeah. So at the minute, Magnus, with his victory yesterday, he passed 28-70.
Oh, nice.
So
30 points to go.
yeah, he still has points to go, but bearing that in mind, does he really want to draw against 26-54?
2.5 points gone, or 2.
Yeah.
What to do? Sometimes with black, you don't get a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes it happens, right? I do remember the very first time I got a coach, and he was, he would say to me, you can't win every single game. Sometimes just got to accept that, your opponent played well. And then I was like, but I've been training.
So you needed to get a coach for the insight that you can't win every single game?
I did. Well,
did you win every single game
no,
and then
I didn't.
you got a coach?
No, I was losing games. So I was stuck at 2400. I still am stuck at 2400 for a long, long time. So I got myself a coach. This was around about 2006. So it was like the first ever coach I've ever had. And he said to me, I was like, but I've been training for 4 hours every single day. And he was like, well, other people are training for 4 hours every single day. Why do you think that you, therefore, by default, have to win?
So
I was
your
like,
coach broke your spirit. He said, no point training. You won't improve anyway. Can't win.
Yeah, but I know he introduced me to the delights of D4. I'm very grateful for that. Why?
How
do
much
I
did
need?
you pay Danny Gormali?
It was not Danny Gorman.
Just a wild guess.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't English. He was Serbian.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he introduced me to Gligoric as well. Oh, it was very good. I was very honoured to meet the legend. And Magnus, deep in thought. And let's move on while he's thinking to, is there action happening in the Mamedyarov game?
Oh, it looks exciting.
It does. It's an open position. Which one do you prefer? Open positions, closed positions?
I don't know. I'm a D4 player, so I often end up in like half closed positions, but in general I prefer open positions because I don't have patience. I want to go like you go there, I go there, like move by move stuff. And when it's long maneuvering behind pawn chains, I'm not so good at strategy. I prefer like simplifying and making a draw.
Yeah.
And bishop to b5. So let's figure this out. He takes, pawn takes back, takes, bishop b5, takes the rook. Bishop d7, I guess, loses a pawn. Not sure how bad it is, but probably didn't want this. Knight takes d5. Now we can't take because of the discovered check.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So you had to go rook e6, also stopping bishop c6. And bishop c4.
Yeah.
Pinning.
But not necessarily winning.
No.
So, okay, but how are you going to defend? Okay, so I guess you go bishop b7.
I can't count. What happens here? We take, takes.
And then bishop takes.
Oh,
hang on a second.
Bishop d5, that's rook d6.
Rook d6 was
Queen
my
takes.
stellar point. And yes.
At least white is a pawn up. It might still be tenable, but looks
Looks
like white is
unpleasant,
pressing
yeah.
a bit. Can we do something else? Can we?
Rook d6. Okay.
Once again, it's.
Bish
Does this work? At least it's very pinned. Knight d5. Oh no, here.
You go rook takes d5.
I'm trying to figure out who has more stuff at the end, but I guess black emerges with more stuff here. Yeah.
Yep. One piece more.
So we
Oh,
can't
we
take-
have confession. Oh.
Aran hadde ikke tenkt på at han kunne spille den varianten med løper D2, egentlig. Og så er det jo en kjent sak at D til E4 i stedet for tårn B8 er jo mer eller mindre forskjelt til meg. Det har jeg også gjort med svart mot Wesley So før. Men jeg tenkte nå i hvert fall at jeg kan ikke bare forsere meme med en gang. Det blir for dumt. Og så nå står jeg jo egentlig bare litt dårligere. Sorry, ikke det til E4, men løper til C3 er det vel. Nå står jeg litt dårligere, og da har han jo fått det som han vil egentlig. Jeg har brukt en god del tid på å prøve å finne noe annet smart å spille, og så har jeg bare endt opp med en stilling som ikke er så veldig bra for meg, og fortsatt ganske safe for ham. Men jeg håper at siste trekket mitt var så dumt at han går seg ut av forberedelsene sine nå. Så hvis han i hvert fall må tenke selv, så er det bra for meg, selv om han utvilsomt står best.
Well. He this time I actually understood 90% of it. So he said, normally he would play pawn takes pawn out of the opening, like he did against Wesley So, and would be a draw. But he didn't obviously want a draw against Arian, so he decided to play rook b8. He's kind of said he spent a lot of time coming up with a position where he's like slightly worse, and Arian Tara is completely safe. But then he said this last move, bishop b6, he hopes that it's so stupid that he's hoping to shock Ariane into thinking about the position, and he gave a little bit of a wry smile.
Yeah, no, that's sort of the gamble if you play e4, e5 against a lower rated player. If they decide to go for something that very dry like this, which obviously Magnus hadn't expected from Ariane, or he wouldn't have done it today. And then later on in these lines where, as we mentioned, de4 is more or less a forced draw, you have to decide how much you want to gamble here, trying to mix it up. Recover these lines with de4 and id4, also leading to draws. Bishop e6, yeah, as he mentioned, is very provocative now. White can be better, but he's probably trying to provoke him into action. And confuse him a little bit, I would guess. After a3, Carlsen will just return to f8 and maybe make Ariane go for an attack, after which he would get counter chances too. The problem is Ariane doesn't have to do any of that. He could just play rook b1 and say, do your thing.
Yeah.
Still very hard.
Still very solid, and as the world champion said, he is still standing a little bit worse. He's used up all the time, and he's not better in the position. Oh well, it is what it is. I saw some people in the chat commenting on my expression wry smile. It's not spelled R-Y-E, but W-R-Y.
I knew that.
You knew that? Yeah. But because rye, I had to correct that because rye is like a type of grain.
I knew that
Yeah.
too. I'm a foreigner, but I know words.
So
What's smile?
yeah, I don't know what that is. I think it's an upside down frown.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, it's this emoji thing.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so Magnus trying to mix things up. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Ariane can actually decide not to go for any of those complications and instead can play it safe, try and kill the game, just take it to a draw. We will see what happens. It's quite funny actually to see someone try to kind of just keep the game as dry as possible and another person, the opponent, try to mix it up and try to create something, just anything. I like those kind of battles. Unfortunately,
it's every game I have with the black pieces in the Bundesliga. I never win any of those. I should rethink my first move. I'm sure Magnus regrets not having played c5 or c6 if he wanted to. He could also say draw is fine if Ariane wants to exchange everything, but clearly he doesn't think so, or he would have played d takes e4.
Yep.
Now he's slightly worse, but not with the counter chances you typically get for accepting to be slightly worse.
Yep. I agree with you. He should have played c6. That is the move. But if he didn't have the courage to move that pawn one square forward, then he could also have just played c5.
Yeah.
Overshot. Anyway.
Next time.
Yes, he'll do that. And okay, so what about the game between Topalov and Wang Hao? That was a really unusual Sveshnikov, where Topalov surprised us all with moving the knight to e2, then putting it on g3. And now, what do we think about these kind of developments that have happened?
Knight a4.
Yeah.
Modern chess. Knight e2. Then you move that knight again. Now, okay, we've already moved this guy 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Time to move our other knight.
That is the way.
What happened to piece development?
No, that got left behind a long time ago. You don't play like that anymore. There you go. And then now, this is the important bit. You take space.
Yeah. The knight. Bit misplaced, but these pawns are serving a very useful function. Controlling this square, and the bishop had to leave this very pretty diagonal. That's what this operation really was about, this powerful bishop. I know, very creative opening play from Veselin. Don't try this at home. Short castles, a6.
bishop e. I mean, it's
Bishop
d5.
e3, I'm wondering if d5.
D5 could be an issue,
or
right?
b5 and then d5.
But how do you stop d5? Or you just
Maybe
don't?
can't. Bishop f3, but it's not the prettiest move ever made.
Oh.
That also looks fine for black.
Yeah, no, I like black's position there. I once played bishop f3 in a Sicilian, and I got ridiculed for that by my brother.
Sorry.
Yeah. He said, everybody knows that you shouldn't put your bishop on f3.
And your brother doesn't even play chess, right?
He does play chess.
Ah, okay.
He does, but it was one of those moments where he showed the whole family. Where would you put the bishop? I had a mean older brother, and he would go, where would you put the bishop on a good diagonal? And my family would make some suggestions. And he'd go, no, think again, be smarter. Put it on the same line as the pawn.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're from a chess family?
I am from a chess family, yeah.
you
And that
also
was,
want the chess.
I have to say, it was a good motivational thing that he did, because A, I learned, and B, I thought, I'll beat you. And I did.
Interesting.
Okay, d5.
No, yeah, this looks logical. But at least the bishop could go here, and white also has his trumps. Strange position.
Yeah. No, it's definitely white has got their ideas, and actually I quite like this position that you've got on the board for white.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
quite
not
good,
sure
isn't
of
it?
random moves, I'm not sure. a6, but yeah, bishop e3 does look like a logical move. Bishop g5, black just goes h6. And this knight is a little far away from the d5 square.
Yeah.
We'll see. Vaseline. Freestyling gave him almost a 1 hour advantage on the clock. He has 154 against Van Haus, 112. And he's played bishop e3.
Okay. And what about the game between Anand and Timur? I mean, not that much has happened, actually.
No, rook e8, bishop c2, and Rajab goes for bishop d7, which I think you mentioned was the most popular move, but still doesn't convince me. Like, then black doesn't solve his problems directly, and I thought white should be a bit better. But maybe it's not so easy for white to get the pieces out, because bishop e3, there's e takes d4. His pawn is hanging. Or can you do this? I'm not sure. Knight takes. Maybe there are
And
some
then
tricks.
d5.
d5, this could work. And
Yeah.
the knight goes away. We pick up a piece. But here black also has other options, like knight b4. Such stuff. I've seen before, but maybe... Yeah, I think this works.
And bishop.
Sorry, I'm just making
Yeah.
random tricks. But
Yeah, you've got
looks fine
d5
for
at the
black.
end of it.
Yeah.
So it does look great for black there. So maybe if knight b4 is a threat, you can kind of be a bit sophisticated. I mean, could you put the
play
knight...
a3.
Yeah, a3 was... But it does feel a little bit slow. I'm a little bit concerned that white hasn't taken the time out to develop those pieces on the queen
Somewhat
side.
slow, but so is bishop d7. I'm not sure. Also, knight a3 came
Knight-
to mind. Just vacating the square, but it's a bit unclear. Where this knight goes next?
a4 is another popular move.
Makes sense too. Takes, knight b4, and now just knight c3.
Yep.
And here there's no tricks like with the bishop on e3. So once again, Rajab would be facing the perfect center. But here at least he has the two bishops and a bit more development, so it's much better than his game against Anish. Still, could be. Vichy hates bishops, as we know. Likes his knights.
Yeah.
Hates bishops as well. He does like knights.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw him yesterday actually utilize that principle. He traded it off for a very concrete line. I would never have traded off my bishop
Yeah.
for that knight, but he did. So, okay, well this kind of position would be right up Vichy's alley. So What about the world champion? Has Ariane taken a decision? No.
No, the one thing this bishop e6 move, since so stupid as Magnus said, achieved was it took Ariane out of book, and now Ariane has to try to figure out what to do next. Does he want to take? Does he want to push? Does he want to go a3, force the bishop back, and then keep the tension, or exchange here? So he's trying to give Ariane choices in the hope that Ariane will go wrong. But the white position is very, very solid. So he is worse, as he mentioned.
Yep, he is worse. And finally, one game we need to revisit is MVL against Wesley So. Yeah.
Queen b3, a6. It's actually not that boring.
No. But this is what we were looking at.
Yeah.
So now knight. We were kind of considering knight a4.
Yeah, makes sense.
Put a knight on c5.
I guess I play here, so we can go queen c8 after knight c5. No, black looks stable enough to me.
It does look stable, but also at the same time, these two bishops that are sitting very pretty on f6. Oh, we have a move.
He's gone knight a4.
He's gone a. Oh, it's like a. I always kind of mentally do a little jig when they play the moves that we suggest. I feel like it's like bingo, chess player bingo. It's like you cross it out and go yes, and when you get them all, full house.
That's a bingo.
Yeah. Is bingo a popular game in Germany?
I think mainly in elderly homes, no?
Yeah.
I think.
And do you also have funny names for the numbers?
I have to admit, I've never played bingo. How does it work? Like you get 64 numbers, and then when your number is mentioned, you cross it off?
Yeah, I think 100. There's 100 numbers.
100?
Yeah. And
64.
when your number is called out, it's kind of.
But what's the challenge? You have to be able to hear the number they say.
Yeah, basically. Because they never really then announce the numbers. It's kind of like they'll go 2 fat ladies, 88, like that. But the emphasis will be like the 2 fat ladies, a pair of swans, 22.
Wow.
Yeah. So you get like
so
your
they
little
try
card.
to distract you by saying something else.
Yeah.
I see.
That's very good.
I'll check it out. Are there bingo clubs? Where can I go play?
There are bingo clubs in the UK. Yeah. But it is, like you say, very popular with a certain age. So if you go there, you know, you will be the hot youngster.
What's not to like?
I can't believe I just said that. But anyway, bingo. I like the names. Okay. Anyway.
Here we are, knight a4 played. He's gonna be thinking about b6, but then he'll decide against it because you don't want to mess with bishop takes b6 or weakening that square. Play rook a8, and things will be all right. I have unlimited trust in Wesley.
Okay. Yeah.
Ariane, meanwhile, has played b3. Probably a good move, so he never has to worry about that pawn on b2 once his bishop goes somewhere. Also telling Magnus, if you want to simplify, you can still do it, but it's getting worse with every waiting move you make. I might actually be better now. Magnus, of course, doesn't want to do it. He'll play some move like h6 or a5.
Yeah.
Ask Ariane for another move.
But okay, so I mean, say you play that waiting
h6.
move, h6, yeah. And Ariane says, how can he wait in a good way? Because after queen f3,
Queen f3, then
there might
maybe
be
there's
some issues, right?
some looseness.
Yeah.
How does it go? Can we go DE? No, then everything's covered. Knight takes. Ah, yeah, this is the way.
Yeah.
Knight takes, then DE. And this is hanging. Unless we get checkmated, but do we?
No, you don't get checkmated.
Just a check.
No, it is just a check, unless there's some Beautiful lines in there.
And if bishop takes, then once again this is attack twice.
Yep. So, okay, you can't go queen f3 just yet, but okay, should you perhaps therefore trying to resolve the tension with a3?
No, he just played b3, so I guess he doesn't
Yeah.
want a3 as well. Can you go knight a4? No, then we take and take here. Probably the best way to go is e5 and knight a4 now that you played b3, but that maybe is the kind of position Magnus is looking for, where he's saying, okay, I might be worse, but at least I'll make you commit to an unbalanced structure where hopefully you get some counter chances. The drawback is you can get checkmated here.
Okay, so how effective is this checkmate idea? So g6, right? You have to stop it.
It looks a little scary.
It does. Queen f3.
Looming, and white hasn't really burned any bridges yet. You can just switch to normal as well.
Could you go? Yeah, that looks scary.
I would guess he will try to provoke something like that. Because e5, the way Arjan has approached the game, is also not an easy move to make, because then all of a sudden you're committing to switching to an attack from, basically telling black,
But maybe
please exchange everything.
maybe h6 is therefore inaccurate.
Yeah, it
Because
might
this
not be.
f4 looks quite scary.
I don't know what else. a5 also looks
Okay.
a little weakening.
And
sometimes.
so now Arjan changes tack and goes, oh, we have a move.
What's he done?
He's gone knight
Knight
d7.
d7.
Okay, well this
Interesting.
deals with this e5 threat.
Okay.
And also kind of reduces the venom of knight a4. So, but then again, consequences, no pressure on e4, so maybe queen f3 now.
Queen h5 I even
Ooh.
thought.
Ooh, I like that.
My point is, after knight f6, we go all the way back.
And then, are you now a devotee of the Wesley school of chess, where you repeat twice? And then you vary.
That'd be devious. Queen h5, knight f6, queen d1, knight d7. No, Magnus, you thought I was giving you a draw? Not today. Boom, queen f3.
Oh, but hang, queen f3, knight
Queen
e5.
f3, knight f5, isn't it?
So that's no good.
But is there a better move after queen h5 than knight f6?
Could you? Okay, so black is intent on keeping the game alive. Maybe
I don't know about
Jeez.
d4, but it's very committal structurally.
yeah,
d6,
you
queen
could go.
h6, back here, but
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could do d4 first, force the knight back to b1, which is, I'm going to say, small victories, and now g6.
queen h6, bishop h8. Yeah, it could be. Because, I don't know. The structure is ruined, but the white pieces now will need some time to unravel. I don't know. Queen
Yeah.
h5, I'm not sure how serious a move it is, but I would be tempted. E takes d would also be typical. Now that this knight has committed to d7, you could switch to something like this. And I don't know, unless it's a blunder, queen f3. And try to bring the pieces here.
Yeah.
White structure is still rocky solid. But at least he's making Arjan take decisions, and he's
Yeah.
usually very, very good at provoking the opponent to action without burning all the bridges.
Yeah,
Interesting how he does it.
I like that thought. And can we just quickly return to MVL and Wesley So?
Whoa, knight e4?
Yeah, because
Wesley.
I was following the bar. I try not to look at the computer assessments too much because I'm using this as training for my Olympiad. And I want to test my wits against the top players of the world. But here the bar just kind of went close up to the 1 range.
Knight e4, what's the point? He's trying to provoke f3, but is f3 such a big deal?
Go for it, f3.
to go back, no?
Yeah, you have to go back and
Or
then.
Can go. Is this his idea?
Oh,
It doesn't look great. Just takes and queen c2 or whatever.
then you just.
Yeah, he just ruined his structure. I don't get it. f3, knight d6, okay, but then knight c5, and if the queen has to go here, now this rook is shut out of the game, and f3 really is not a big concession with the bishop on e3 and an f1. Surprising. Maybe I jinxed Wesley with
Yeah.
all the praise. I don't get it.
No, it's a bit baffling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very, very surprising, and well, maybe it's just like MVL is just one of those opponents. I mean, I was really shocked when I saw the score between the two of them.
Could
I
be, yeah.
honestly thought that it would be quite even Stevens. You know, but then again, you know, the classical was 5-1
Yep.
in MVL's favour, and of course the two just played in the Super Bet final against each other, and of course MVL won that one. So perhaps just a very, very difficult opponent for Wesley. Never appreciated that.
Yeah, and sometimes the history also can influence the current game if he's starting to second guess his decisions or his soundness, because the soundness of his position, because it hasn't worked so well against Maxime in the past. Maybe that lured the knight here. I don't know, but the bar, what's it saying, +1 or something? Like F3?
No, it's just slightly under +1, like 0.76. Is that, what does that count in computer speak?
I don't know.
Just normal, right? Normal advantage. But I really don't like the fact that, as you pointed out, that the queen will be forced back to c8, and suddenly that rook on a8 out of play.
You know, mainly there's no reason, because he could just have put the rook here. And
Yeah.
everything looked fine.
I mean,
Maxime,
even that
Temple.
position with the rook on a8, I kind of liked White's. Just I felt it was a bit more comfortable.
could be. Yeah.
It's going to be even more comfortable with the black rook saddled there on rook a8 square. Yeah. Okay.
Maxime with chances against his favorite opponent, and once again you got the move right. Vichy plays a3, stopping any knight before. Funny business.
It's like a running joke between me and David how on the Champions Chess Tour we often have these bats, and I tend to win them just because they seem to follow my bad advice.
I don't know if it's bad. This looks like a perfectly good move, no?
Yeah, a3. Actually, I kind of liked a4 and give up the bishops. Take the center. Has to be a good idea, but a3, not bad. I mean, it does feel a little bit slow, and there is the question of what is White going to do to develop the queen side.
I guess now next move is bishop e3. If I don't know if black has a waiting move, but let's say b5, then bishop e3, I guess, is fine. And here, all these tactics once again don't work for black, and he's just ruled out this counterplay with knight b4 because he would take it. But b5, probably not the way to go. I'm not sure how black should play it.
Yeah.
I'm always tempted to do this, but it's probably just bad. Yeah, it's
That kind of,
not the position for it.
yeah.
Just knight c3.
I've never liked those kind of positions for black. If you try to go for one of those determining the center and then striking with d5, especially because that light square bishop on the perfect diagonal. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Strange situation. The other typical move would be knight e7, but I'm a bit worried White can just grab the pawn. Because you want the knight to land here, but I don't see what to do from this. It just seems to work. No, we'll see
No, I think
what Rajabov does.
Yeah, it's not easy. I was just going to pull up the database, see if anyone's played this a3 idea.
I guess we're out of book by now. No, bishop d7, a3 looks like two non-forced moves.
A3? Nope.
Oh, they've still played
They
it?
have played
even
it.
Magnus?
Not
no,
Magnus,
sorry,
no. It's Movsesian against Santos Latasa. And Salome Milia against Maria Mazichuk, two very strong female players. And both of them went a4.
a4, okay.
Yep.
If we take, there is some trick here. Knight d4, just ed. Just ed and e4 hangs. Okay. Still, I would guess bishop e3. What's the big deal? Might be 2 next, and this tactic is still there.
Yeah, they've just gone b5.
Yeah, it's quite a bit better. Might be 2. Strange position. Maybe it's fine for black. Hard to evaluate.
Yeah, definitely hard to evaluate, and also hard to think of these moves. I don't think a4 with the idea of b5 is necessarily that intuitive, because it does feel like you're just biting on granite, but then again, what else to do?
I do not know.
Okay, well,
Maxime played f3 as expected. Yeah, knight e4. Surprising decision by Wesley. In the Anish game, we have some move, bishop c4. He went bishop b7. Not too concerned about giving that pawn, and we had some line with opposite color bishops that probably they both thought was just a draw. So Mamadiarov goes bishop b3, queen a5, queen d2. Yeah, maybe still a micro advantage for white, question mark. Hard to say.
yeah,
Can you go d4? I can never keep track of who has more pieces. But yeah, this should work.
Knight. But maybe you can switch the move order a little bit, because I was thinking of bishop takes f7 at the end of it, so maybe you can go bishop takes knight. Oh no, but then you'd go rook takes.
Rook takes.
Yeah, that's of course the big.
I guess this continues as well.
But isn't there rook takes f? Or maybe I'm just. Maybe that's
I'm
just
worried
simply.
to run some trickery,
But I'm thinking queen d7, and suddenly white's pieces have
went
sprung
wrong.
to life. No.
This position doesn't look so bad. Black has the bishops, and
Yeah.
even if we're down a pawn, it doesn't look terrible.
Okay. Okay, so d4, it's a very decisive, well, very...
It's not forced. I'm just worried if black waits and white gets on rook ad1, queen somewhere, or bishop h6. It could be a little worse with black.
Yeah, could be a now or never situation. So d4, it's very concrete. And if you can get away with it, you should.
Thinking about it, he's a concrete player.
Yeah,
Cemento, as Peter Leko likes to call it.
cemento.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the German word for concrete
cement.
with an O added here.
Really? You made it sound Italian. Because our also we have cement as well. We have two words, concrete and cement. But I didn't realize that it was cemento. I don't know what it's called in Norwegian actually.
Obviously, it doesn't mean the concrete play in chess, but more the concrete on the streets. But yeah, Leko uses it for a very solid position, fortress. He likes to call cement.
Cemento.
Who are we to disagree?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't disagree with the Oracle of
Can't
Chess,
argue
can you?
with cemento.
No. I'm just surprised that the German word has an O at the end.
It doesn't. That's just Leko.
Oh, this is
Leko
Leko.
stylistic
Ah,
touch.
okay,
No,
okay.
it's just cement.
Ah, okay. You had me fooled.
It's tricked us all.
Yeah. Cemento. Concreto.
Great.
Okay. So no moves played.
Anishta did something else. Didn't go d4.
He didn't do d4.
Just doubled rooks.
Okay, that.
No cemento.
No, still fire on the board here. Okay, so this position is super open and both players have got very active pieces. So I have a confession to make, Jan. I hate open positions.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't handle them because it's like somehow all the energy is in the pieces and you have to find good squares for them, and you also have to find a great plan that not only anticipates your moves but your opponent's moves as well. And it's like my brain goes into overload and I come up with terrible moves. I play too passively.
That's why I like open positions, because you don't have to like find long-term plans or shuffle your pieces around. You just have to count, like, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take.
You
I find
take?
much easier than maneuvering. Now I take rook, rook goes forward, I go here. I have more pawns, I'm happy. That's how I would approach it if I was.
So you're just literally using basic calculation, calculating it all out. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to think, where's my bishop going to go? Where do I want to put it? I want to put it on d4. Is it going to get there? No. And then I'm like, oh, I'm lost. Then I'm like, well, maybe the rook can come to d1. Maybe it belongs in that open line. And so I get kind of confused with all these words, when instead it should be variations.
Yeah, no, rook d1, maybe d4 is an issue.
Yeah.
And then once again, there's this. But doesn't knight takes d5 just work? I'm a bit confused.
Okay, knight takes d5.
Line looked pretty forced. Maybe Anish thinks it's a draw.
He likes to sacrifice his queen. He said that many, many times, but that's not going to happen here. So queen takes queen, knight takes knight.
Zwischenschach, as we say.
Yes.
It's a beautiful language. German.
Zwischenschach. Schach.
That's, yeah, good enough.
But you used a different word. You used zwischen.
The same word, just Zwischenschach.
Schach. So not Zwischenzug.
No, Zwischenzug is intermediate move, and Zwischenschach is intermediate check.
No, the Schach hasn't come into our vocab.
Oh, sorry.
But the Zug has.
Yeah, Zwischenzug maybe is more common in English.
Actually, that word made it to QI. It was a list of German words that have been adopted by the English, and it was Zwischenzug and Zugzwang also made it into QI. That was very impressive.
Rucksack? Also
English, but it's kind of fallen out of favor because of the backpack.
Yeah.
And that offends me actually, because the backpack is something totally different technically in English.
What's a backpack?
Well, the backpack is what they get used to go hiking, and not just hiking, but also when they go on these when they go on these backpacking adventures, they have these huge.
Okay, we have
backpacks.
the same word for either. It's just you can have a smaller or bigger backpack.
We even have knapsack as well, which is a super old word, and that's it's just like a button, knap. So obviously from Scandinavia or German. What's your word for button?
Knopf.
Knopf. Yeah. From you guys. Yeah. Okay. So that line looked really okay, right?
I don't know. I guess he thinks it's a draw, but I'd be happy having counted that white has more pawns here, but probably it's not enough. Still, I'd go for it to make black equalize. It doesn't look like it's a straightforward draw to me.
No, I mean, No, it's not straightforward at all.
No.
Because if you try to pile up on the 7th row, you're just simply going to get challenged on the E line.
Yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate. Okay, and if you try to maximize the diagonal, like with g5, just because
So aggressive.
they're not my pieces, and I can be bold like this, and now I can try and force it through.
Yeah, maybe. It's a bold strategy.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's gonna pay off for him. Sorry, that's another
You-
dodgeball quote. Oh, I'll stop.
Well, you and me both. Okay, so this does definitely does carry some risk, but then
No, it's still, I guess it's a draw with perfect play, but it's not like an automatic draw. So Vachier-Lagrave is trying to evaluate his winning chances in all these lines right now. We're not missing something straightforward, right?
No.
Bishop b2, there's rook b1, and there's a double attack.
just no, we're not missing anything. Apparently, the best move is not g5. Unsurprisingly, it's a5. And the computer's like totally equal.
Totally equal even.
Although I don't see why. I'll be honest with you. A5. It also says bishop c6. It does not suggest g5, by the way.
No, I could see it's holding, but yeah, it doesn't look totally equal to me. So we'll see how Vachier-Lagrave feels about it. All right, let's.
Should we go back to? Oh no, Wesley. Wesley is still
Wesley has to
pondering about his knight move.
Yeah.
It made a bid for freedom, and sadly, it has to beat a hasty retreat. And NVL suddenly has a very pleasant position, so that's looking good for him. And Vachier Vachier-Lagrave, he can choose to go into this endgame a pawn up. And what about Topolov? They're still kind of maneuvering it out.
Still doing deep maneuvers. Bishop e3. We've seen Wang Hao waited with h6, so the Topolov h3, bishop e6, queen c1. More subtleties, rook d1.
Yeah.
Next, and Wang Hao still has to find the moment to break free. And if he ever wants to go for this, or if just always rules it out.
Ah.
So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. Who forces the issue first? And they're trying to make waiting moves. You can still do it. You can go rook e8. But at some point, if white gets rook d1, then after b5, we no longer go back.
Go
and we go
forward.
forward. So maybe now is the time for Wang Hao to push.
Yeah. I mean, can you just park the queen on e7 though, and then?
Yeah, even on e7,
But then
and
there's
always
knight
like
b6.
bishop c5 or knight b6, a bishop
Yeah.
b6. It always is strong.
Okay, time is now. I agree with you. b5. Computer agrees with you as well. Ooh, there's another option on the board, which didn't even occur to me. Knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, and f5 wins the piece back. Beautiful. Sometimes you do this and you get the piece back and then you're worse because you weaken all these light squares, but I'm not sure if this is one of these cases. This looks decent actually. Weird position.
Yeah. No, I just noticed that as a possibility that the computer threw out.
Oh, very interesting. Vachier-Lagrave has grabbed the pawn.
Okay.
Knight d5. Yeah, why wouldn't you? It looks like a free roll. Anish will have to be very, very precise to hold this. Not sure if he missed anything or if he just thought it's equal.
And yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought that maybe not the best practical chance because Vachier-Lagrave at least will be psychologically happy with having that pawn. And it's not easy to mobilize both rooks. In this type of position, you need to use both rooks. I mean, to get that compensation. And there's no bishop takes. No, there's no bishop takes b2. So rook e2 is forced. Okay, are they going to go into it? They have to.
Yeah, looks like Anish will have to defend this endgame for a while. But computer says no big deal, so it's probably still very much in the game.
Yeah.
In the Tari Carlsen game, in the meantime, knight d7, Tari has decided to go for e takes d, c takes d, and queen f3, changing the structure to this more typical structure for these lines, where white often takes on d5 earlier. I don't know, I guess. Black is usually fine in these, but white is rocky solid, so it's still the same status quo. That many particular problems, but his attempts to provoke Arjan into action have also not worked so far. Arjan stays very solid.
Yeah.
Shall we stay solid? That's a horrible segue. And take a little break.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a little break and we'll see you in a short while.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Ah, here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
And we're back. And well, during the break, we saw some interesting decisions take place. And one of the interesting decisions I'd like to kind of question you a little bit about is Ariane Tari against Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus played knight c5, asking questions of the light squared bishop, and Ariane just responded with rook e2, which seems a bit odd.
Yeah,
Visually, at least.
Looks a little clumsy. I guess he's trying to make sure that d4 never bothers him, so the bishop is defended. But he could have done the same with rook a1. I don't think exchanging here worries white all that much. There's still a bunch of weak squares in the black backcourt. So I'm not quite sure what rook e2 is about. He probably wants to double on the e file. But there's not that much to attack there. Carlsen just went c6. Yeah. Might check 1-2. Apologies. So rook e2, strange move. Rook 81, more natural. But of course, nothing drastic has happened. Knight takes d3, still not a big deal. But it does look like Magnus, at least now, has something to work with. He's not better or anything, but there's no direct attack. He didn't have to make too many concessions to get a playable position.
Yeah.
Not sure what he wants, but yeah, I guess you just make some sort of move and take it from there.
I mean, from a psychological point of view, just grabbing the two bishop pair, I'll start again. So from a psychological point of view, grabbing those two bishops would probably give you a small little advantage, right? Or it's just...
I think it's wrong. Like,
okay.
Unless there's a direct follow-up, but if white is able to play, I don't know, knight a4 next, I'm a bit worried about these dark squares. As much as I like the two bishops, this guy isn't doing all that much now. I could be mistaken, but this looks easier to play for white to me. Like, we make some move. Knight a4 should go somewhere. Should be 3. Yeah, I'm always concerned with these hanging pawns that white gets control of these squares. So I wouldn't think that Magnus wants to take anytime soon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe just don't rush with that decision. Can you make some improving moves then? So say, for instance, Queen D7, connect the rooks.
Queen D7, A5 could be a move.
Yeah.
Okay, it's white to move, so let's say here.
Yeah.
Here, just cover stuff, maybe. Pretend you want to go A4 at least. Not that much happening.
Yeah.
But Magnus doesn't need that much to happen to create chances. So.
No, and in terms of the clock times, I would say that they're relatively balanced. You know, Magnus over 1 hour, Ariane just under 1 hour and 15 minutes. So
there we go. Again.
Balanced game.
Just under 1 hour 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Why not over 1 hour 10?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And okay. Well, one position that we weren't so comfortable with is the game between MVL and Wesley. So we didn't think that Wesley knight maneuver where he played the knight out to e4 and then retreated it back to d6.
Just gave him 2 tempi for nothing, which
Exactly.
is really strange. Knight e4, f3. I can't even figure out what he missed, because b5 is obviously bad, so he had to go back. And now he's under pressure. Maxime continues to have Wesley's number.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Wesley has a cell phone? Does he have a number?
No, I don't think he has a cell phone.
It's a serious question. He might not have one.
No, I don't think he has one.
How does he spend his time if he's not refreshing Twitter non-stop?
Yeah, he's studying. 10 hours.
We have to ask him.
Yeah.
Or is that an inappropriate question? I'm genuinely curious.
No, he did also tell us what music he liked.
But,
He liked
but where does he listen to music if not on his cell phone?
on the computer.
Do you still say cell phone, or do you say smartphone or whatever nowadays?
I use mobile.
Mobile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cell phone is like the
It's
US.
American?
Yeah.
Mobile.
And in Germany, is it still handy?
Yeah, that's a bit odd, isn't it? Because it's a fake English word we made up to describe our cell phones. Mobiltelefon.
Mobile.
But nowadays, I think people call it a smartphone, like handy. It's more from 20 years ago when the first mobile telephones came out.
But one thing that's kind of quite funny is that kids, even this day, they go, hello. They still do that sign, even though we haven't had that, like, hello.
Didn't think about it.
Yeah, like, who uses the landline these days? I mean, I don't even have one, do you?
I think I have one, because phone providers, they always sell you these packages that include a landline, and I don't think you can get a package without it, but I don't have a phone that corresponds to that landline.
Okay.
Except the number.
Yeah, because I
Try
can't
to-
remember the last time I got a telephone call.
But
Oh, well, my
nowadays
parents.
you also don't call anybody on their cell phone. No, like,
No,
I
no,
think
no, it's all FaceTime.
the house is on fire. I feel like I get a call, very scared. I don't
Yeah.
even switch my phone off for the shows. I just
Yeah,
phone calls anyway.
I just have it on silent. But yeah, I have to say though, I have a limited data package, so you have to be a bit careful with your phone.
I bought the other day. I had to rebuy because my data had expired, and I had to buy 1.25 gigabyte to make it through the last 4 days. I was very disciplined.
Yeah. So no, my data almost expired at the beginning of May, and I had until the end of May to survive. I managed. I literally had to turn it off and just surf on the hotel Wi-Fi and be very disciplined. I was
Sounds
very,
rough.
yeah, it was rough. And do you know why I used it up? Because I was listening to podcasts.
It's tricky, right?
Yeah, and I thought that
All,
I was
all your
on my
podcasts
house
are
Wi-Fi.
automatically downloaded on your
Yeah.
mobile data. Oof.
There, I know.
Modern life is very
It
tough.
is. It's very tough. First world problems. Okay, and so Wesley in trouble. Just he needs to survive the next few moves. And what about Vichy? Because Rajabov ended up playing a plan that I didn't even think about. Putting the knight on h7, making the f6 square available for the queen. Good plan, bad plan, puts pressure on d4.
Yeah, the point is he wants to stop knight bd2 and this typical knight maneuver, because now there are too many attackers of the d4 pawn. But it comes at a price. The knight on h7 is weird. I don't know, I don't trust it. Like bishop a4, let's say. Because once we play bishop a4, we might be able to go d5, or sometimes even takes on d5. And yeah, it looks mildly clumsy, this setup with queen f6, knight h7. There's not a lot of pressure against e4. We have to calculate if this works, but I have a feeling white has something here.
So no d4, d5?
Yeah, I can't figure out if it works directly. I guess not. Knight takes bishop a4. Perhaps
Yeah.
I might see 3 here. It goes back. Maybe it's not so clear. The black pieces feel very funny. But
Yeah, maybe you just...
say? Computer says d5 here. Are we winning material now? 95.
maybe
Takes. Still don't get it.
It could be...
Sorry, this is just the computer line. I'm curious why it says white is better here. But it does. Queen d7.
Queen d7.
And the black pieces are a bit offside.
Yep. Okay, but that's quite a complicated line.
Yeah, it's a very random
Yeah.
sequence.
Is there anything a little bit more natural?
No, white could go d5, but I still dislike it. There's also... maybe this makes some sense. Queen d3, just covering d4. And then intending to play knight bd2 to get the pieces out. Unless blundering this.
Yeah. No, don't allow that. Unless it's... I don't see any response, unless you want to go knight takes pawn, but... Oh my...
There's
Or is it d5?
It's messy again, like... Because if the knight goes away, then we can take and take.
But you can threaten... I was going to say you can threaten checkmate, but you can't.
Can.
Yeah, but knight to h4.
So a lot of finesses even in this quietish position, but does look like Vichy. Has some decent options here. And he's also more or less forced to go for one of them, like queen d3 or bishop a4, because if not, he can't continue developing. Normally, you don't want to play d5. de5 is usually just inviting simplifications, but doesn't look better for white.
Yeah. Also, Vichy needs to win as well. You know, there's only 3 rounds left.
Oh yeah.
He needs to pick up a classical victory if he's going to start chasing Magnus down. And who better than to try against Rajabov with the white pieces? Rajabov not in form. So, well, I think so. Queen d3, top computer choice. Bishop a4, second computer choice. And then the last one is pawn takes pawn, which don't like.
Yeah, the thing is white never wants to go d5 unless you at least exchange these light square bishops. Because here black just gets a dream position with free attack and no more pressure on his center. So he pretty much has to decide between these 3 you just mentioned.
Yeah.
We will see.
Yep. Vichy has to throw the dice, has to gamble something, has to calculate. And talking about calculation and throwing the dice, we saw Anish Giri. He was quite happy to give up a pawn to get to this ending, which he considers to be a draw. But he's a pawn down. And he did play the top computer choice of playing a5. And Shakhriyar just put his king on g1, and what is he saying with king g1? Rook f. Is he going to go
it's
for?
just a standard move, so there are no longer any back rank mates, and you gain some freedom to move your piece around. I don't know. I
there's
can see
bishop
the computer
c6.
says it's equal, but it doesn't look equal.
But I mean, isn't there bishop c6?
That's the big deal.
a4 is coming.
How do we do this? Rook f2, let's say.
And if we so I guess I can take a step back. I can go rook. And if I go rook e1,
Yeah, so takes and back.
and rook e2, is that rook c?
I don't know, maybe it's
Rook
not enough,
c1?
but yeah, rook c1 or d1. Still doesn't feel like black is equalized. a4, bishop c4. Still have a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be that this rook is just too active and black holds this. Surprising to me that Anish goes for it deliberately.
Yeah, and talking about the clock times, Anish is significantly down on the clock actually. You know, Anish has 43 minutes left, whilst Shakriar has just over 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm learning. You gotta rephrase time into something positive. So that way you don't feel any stress. It's like family time and party time.
That's the spirit.
That is the spirit, you know, optimism. We need that. And okay, and finally we had Topalov against Wang Hao. And I have to confess, I've been really liking Topalov's position. I think the opening has worked a treat for him. His pressure on the b5 pawn.
Wang went b5, but he didn't follow through with d5. Went bishop
Yeah.
b6 instead, but that gives Topalov a little time to ask some questions here. Although strategically, of course, it's nice for black to get rid of the dark squared bishops. Still, looks mildly unpleasant.
I mean, how are you going to
Cross
defend?
Rook b8. I don't know, we take and something, rook a6.
Yes, yes, yes. This is my language. Okay, and then?
Some move, queen c7. I
Queen
don't know how much
c7.
it is, but
The knight on b2 isn't. It's a little bit of a bad circuit.
yeah,
I'll give you that.
one day it could make it all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess you pick white. Rook here, knight here. Then you hope to put it here eventually. But nothing too bad has happened.
No.
How's the clock?
Oh, the clock situation is not great for Wang Hao either. Bearing in mind that none of the players will get increment until after move 40. Wang Hao has 45 minutes left, and they've only played 18 moves.
He's just played rook b8.
Yep. Okay.
Topalov just under 120, and he's now thinking about it. Magnus has played g6.
Oh, okay.
Strange looking move to some extent, weakening his dark squares. You immediately start worrying about queen f6, bishop h6, queen g7, checkmate. But he will probably not allow that.
No, I don't think he will. But
Still-
then having that thought in mind, is there something Ariane can do? I'm just thinking of some kind of funny type of move.
Not sure I like g6, right? It's so weakening. Even knight somewhere, am I blundering? Probably blundering. Let me go here. I just want to exchange the dark squared bishops because that would pronounce the weakness of these squares.
Yeah, that was also my instinct as well, to trade off dark square bishops, you know, highlight those dark squares.
Maybe you
I mean-
can keep it take and go back. Yeah, that's probably what he wants. And now argue that the knight on b1 is somewhat misplaced.
And you can't do any fancy footwork with a3.
Whoa. If we take.
Rook a1. And rook takes a7. I don't know who benefited from that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that helps white. There's no direct pressure on the rook. Lost a bunch of time.
It did.
Yeah. Thinking about it. Maybe g6. Magnus is also hinting at takes the bishop f5 at some point. But there's too much pressure on the e file for now.
No, I don't see any other fancy moves. Although, we do know when in doubt, you should always push Harry, but that's not possible here.
Yeah, not here.
But it could be if you built it up. Is that a good move? Like I was thinking g3.
g3 feels weakening
It
to me
does.
as
It
well.
does feel weakening. Okay, so he's got
played
just
knight b1.
Knight b1.
There you
Okay,
go.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, especially after g6. I guess Magnus will go for this. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to me, and he will argue that he does have the bishops, but white is still so solid here. Bishop f4, rook c8, knight d2. Yeah, I don't like black's position that much. Because if you ever go exchange these bishops, then now with the pawn here, you will really suffer.
Yeah. And it's too much to ask the rook to kind of go on an adventure, right? When it attacks. So just after the knight takes bishop, and the bishop dropping all the way down to f8, I have seen kind of these ideas of the rook coming down to the 4th row.
No,
Okay.
no, Carlsen just takes on d2. He doesn't want any part of this.
Okay.
Ah. And what is this position? Knight takes. G5 maybe. White construction is so sturdy. Like sometimes there might be some trick, but it's very, very hard to create any chances. Even queen g3. Like, I've had such positions, and it's so hard to get anything going. If anybody can do it, it's Magnus. Queen g3 not forced, of course. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Even that's an option.
Yes. Knight takes. Okay, but then again, maybe he's just trying to squeeze water from a stone, and maybe he just accept that. Okay, it is what it is. Don't pretend otherwise. Just play good moves.
Can you actually squeeze water from a stone? Has it been done?
No,
It
it's
can't
never
be
been
done?
done. No, it's impossible. It's just one of those sayings, right?
I don't know. Never tried.
It's like we have lots of stupid sayings in English, and they always really annoyed me because obviously my parents are not from the UK.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, my name didn't give it away, but they're actually from Uruguay.
Ah, I see.
Did I see the L?
Houska, is that a European name?
Let's check.
A Uruguayan name?
No, it's a Czech name. So, yeah. So they're from Uruguay, and so these proverbs were totally lost to me. And I was like, and I was being tested on them constantly. And I felt that was a really unfair marker of my intelligence as to whether I knew it was identical as two peas. I thought it was identical as twins. Do you have many proverbs in German?
Not a single one.
Oh, very good. At least you then don't get
just-
tested on them.
We just try to communicate what we're meaning to say as efficiently as possible.
Yeah.
But seriously, like, I like this show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
It's impossible for a foreigner to make it past the first 5 questions usually, no? Because it's always testing some hit expressions that no one's ever heard of.
Exactly. It's like, what is the container that you put strawberries in?
That's the container?
Yeah, what's the container? What's the name of the container that you put strawberries in? This was a £100 question.
Strawberry container?
No, it's called punnet.
Punnet?
Yeah, I didn't know that one, so I would have failed. So, but I know it now. It's never gone from my mind. So there you go, you learn. And also our kind of system of measurement is just ridiculous. Like for instance, we don't run in miles, even though we drive in miles, we run in kilometers and meters. So we do a 5K run. There's no consistency whatsoever. Yeah.
Must be.
And then
must be
horse
hell.
racing is by furlong as well, which is like some old antiquated thing. It's very, very confusing.
Sounds confusing.
It is confusing. Okay.
At least your leadership is still steady, so no confusion there.
Yeah, it will survive anything, doesn't it?
Looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it. What can I say?
Magnus. He's thinking. I don't know if he helped his trainer Peter Heine earlier, but it sounded like, because Peter Heine, he's campaigning to be FIDE deputy president. In order to enter the elections, not to win them, but to enter them, you need to be endorsed by 5 chess federations. And Magnus asked, and I think all the five federations have to be from 5 different continents. So Magnus had a tweet asking the Americas to support Peter Heine so that Peter Heine could get back to focusing on chess. It was maybe a bit little tongue-in-cheek, but still supporting the Nielsen campaign. I'm not sure if it worked. The deadline was today, 6 p.m. So
Well,
we'll eventually find out.
maybe I should have a look at Peter Heine's Twitter account. Oh,
It's not a good idea usually.
no update.
No update.
Well,
Hoping he'd
keeping
come on
us-
the show at
keeping
6:01
us
and
in suspense.
give us all the info.
But it's 7 p.m. so
There has to be
people
some
should know.
transparency,
Maybe,
no?
yeah, absolutely. That's very, very important to be transparent. Maybe, yes, just for clarification, I was born in London. So chat is asking whether I'm from Uruguay. No. I was born in London. First language is English. I was born in Southeast London.
I thought you were a Western girl.
No, yeah, I was. Later we moved to West London and somehow the accent stuck. But there was once upon a time I was from Southeast London.
Do you call it Southie or is that just Boston?
No, I don't know. You don't call us Southie. Just call us rough.
Rough?
No. We're good people. Okay. So Magnus, well, he will be facing a very solid Aryan. Maybe he will do something, maybe he won't, but Magnus will certainly try. And let's go back to MVL versus Wesley, because Wesley looked like he was suffering and he still looks like he's suffering just because of that bad rook on A8.
Yeah, this is very much self-inflicted. Still, mentioned a couple times, but this made no sense. 94 and going back. Rook to D8. Maxime probably doesn't want to take here anytime soon. But the question is just how can black develop? I don't know what white does, any random move. B6, there might even be trickery. Does this work? Takes, and takes. Seems to work, because
And then rooks.
there's
Yep.
a checkmate.
There is checkmate.
Obviously, not forced. He can play whatever, H6, H5. That just looks unpleasant. I don't know, A5. You're stuck here.
Yeah, totally stuck. And if Wesley does nothing, I don't know how he's even going to think about doing nothing. I mean, can white even just entertain the idea of expanding on the king side? Or is that too much?
I don't think it's needed. I mean, maybe it's good.
Like,
even...
Because
You
it
know,
does,
maybe it's not a bad idea.
it does feel a little bit like it's almost one of those Kasparov tricks, like g4, g5, bishop is trapped.
It's not trapped.
But it's not trapped, it has a check. So therefore, can you play,
Go rook ed1 and
yes,
prepare it.
well, but then the bishop can retreat to e7, so...
Ah, yeah. Rook cd1 feels wrong.
Yeah, rook cd1, no, you don't want to be doing, but maybe... Is there in the air? I'm just thinking some kind of... Move the queen over.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
No.
Maybe it's just a bit
Also just-
superficial.
Just 94 or something. It's
Yeah, that looks
just
great.
unpleasant.
No,
Instructions
94 is great.
Shaky.
Actually, how are you going to deal with the pressure against d6? I mean, and... Hang on a second. So we threw in the moves a4, a5.
Yeah, I was just making random moves. That's far from
Yeah.
forced. You could also do it directly, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I'm not sure how lethal it is, because you take, give a check, go f6, and the construction still more or less holds up.
The king h1 has been played.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you
So-
can maybe start with this to threaten 94.
Exactly, and it's a good defensive idea to get the king out of danger. And now 94, definitely a concrete threat.
Yeah, it's a bit inexplicable what Wesley was thinking when he went for this 2 tempi loss. He's just in trouble.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, because knight e4 just looks horrendous for black.
Yep.
And maybe you have to... I mean, can you give up material or something to try to get some activity? Because otherwise, black feels like they're going to get suffocated. Or I'm struggling to come up with a move.
Not much material to give up. The pieces are
Yeah,
stuck here.
it's kind of...
Oh no, h5 or something is a normal move, but 94 does look like a pretty serious threat. I guess you have to go back and grovel. But Maxime will improve his position. No. What to say? You can't give up 2 tempi with black
Yeah.
for nothing out of the opening. So I'm still puzzled. Rook a8, and it's a very different story with this rook being active. You can double here. I don't see any particular problems.
Yep. Ooh, Wesley in big trouble. So, okay. Let's move over to Vishy Anand against Rajabov, because...
He's played bishop a4. Rajabov goes knight g5. I guess Vishy's gonna take it.
Take it, and now would you consider going d5?
I guess you have to. Less pressure against d4 again. But we also have some active options here. So d5. Are we winning a pawn maybe? Oh no, maybe not.
Are you playing bishop takes bishop and then followed by queen g?
Yeah, no.
Queen
I was
g5?
thinking queen h5.
Queen
but
g4.
Just takes.
But what about queen g4?
So takes.
Rook takes?
Takes.
And I guess you have to put your knight on c5.
Yeah.
It's
that
all
looks
good.
normal. I'm not sure if it's all good. Still.
Knight d2.
This guy's a little weak, but probably it's not too bad. Queen f4.
Yeah. Okay. So you can't punish black directly.
Well, with this position, now you can also switch to treating it like a King's Indian, go c4, knight c3.
Makes a lot of sense after
Yeah, I'm still.
bishop takes knight a6.
I was wondering if I can take things. Maybe some stuff like this. I don't think white is winning directly, but with this pawn structure, black counterplay doesn't come so easily, so I guess you prefer white. Although black does look reasonably stable, so maybe there's nothing special.
Yeah, but the downside though is that knight is relatively forced. And d5, moves really feel very natural. It's not like you're reinventing the wheel here. So, okay, Vichy Anand, small plus.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything great here. Computer seems to think white is a little better, but
Okay.
nothing too direct.
Yeah. No, I do feel that white is better. More space. This has to mean for something. And that weak pawn on g5. It's going to fall at some time. And okay, I think things have sharpened up considerably in the game between Topalov and Wang Hao, because, wait for this.
What, he went f4?
He lashed out. He was incredibly impatient and he ruined his pawn structure.
Makes no sense to me. You take and put a knight here. Like, what is this?
This is the way every Sicilian player dreams about defending their position.
I don't understand f4 at all.
Rook takes,
95.
and then presumably his idea is double on the f line. Move the knight.
Right somewhere. We're not allowing rook f6.
I don't know. I don't get it. Knight f5.
He takes. Not sure. He must have something in mind, but
Yeah.
to me it looks like a very, very strange decision, this f4 move. Like, it wouldn't even cross my mind, because just allow the bishop here, the knight here. Like, very, very strange.
Yeah. It looks like he's just changed tack, because everything to me has been building up to perhaps putting pressure on the d6 pawn, taking full control over the A line.
Yeah, rook d1, rook
Yeah.
a6, whatever, but f4
Exactly.
now is starting to play on the king side. Doesn't
Yep.
feel like...
Inconsistent.
I don't get it.
Yeah, the computer agrees with you, just says take the pawn. Actually, it comes up with interesting suggestions. So it says queen takes pawn, which is also something that I didn't necessarily think
95.
about. And now knight, what is maybe his idea? Knight d3, knight f5.
Maybe knight d3 and if knight fd7, which looks normal. Some threats here, but black is so solid. I'm not really buying it.
Yeah. Oh, he's moved.
Queen b6. He doesn't. I don't understand anything. He doesn't take. He allows f5.
But now
Things are all
I don't get it.
very strange to me. Like, I'm not sure how bad this is for black, but why not take? Maybe he thinks this is fine. White will be stuck defending the e4 pawn as well.
But you could just go, I don't get it, f5 and then, yeah, white has a weak pawn on e4, whoopie-doo-dah, but you know, black also has a weak pawn on d6. White has control over the A line. I'm confused.
Yeah, some surprising decisions. I would guess this is roughly equal. Bishop b7, knight e7, and the weaknesses sort of cancel each other out. But yeah, this whole sequence, f4 and not taking, is very strange to me.
Okay, well, unorthodox, unusual, but I mean, it seems to be holding up for both sides. So where is their fireworks? I'm looking, and one move that was a little bit unexpected was Wesley just played h6. I don't know how unexpected that was, but it was a move we considered. But then knight e4 was the deadly threat that we were thinking that he had to take some measures, if possible, against.
Yeah, no, there wasn't much to do about it. It's like 94. He has to go bishop e7 and suffer, but what to say? It's a bad position. Bishop d3. White is seriously better.
Yeah. And okay, white is better here. And let's go to Ariantari and Magnus Carlsen, because I just saw a move that surprised me somewhat, because you know how Arian played b3, got a very nice pawn structure. Somehow I see a pawn structure I don't necessarily approve of, because he's put his pawn on c3 and b4. How did this position occur?
c3
And b4.
b4. Yeah, he wants to encourage this knight to exchange itself after he would have a good knight bad bishop situation, but Magnus won't play along with that.
Just move his
Well,
knight.
it looks like he's drifting a bit. Yeah, takes. It's also possible. Maybe just so that there's not so much pressure on the e file. Knight e6, hinting at knight f4, also a5. Well, the white pieces, they still need a moment to get to good squares. So, no, it looks like Carlsen's patient strategy. I'm not sure if it's much better or anything, but it's at least yielding some results. I'm not sure if you can still bail out with queen g3, but here with pawns on c3 and b4, it's a little less stable for white than it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, can't you just, for instance, play d4 in this particular position?
Yeah.
Oh, and Jan, you are an expert at predictions, because rook takes rook on the board.
Yeah, it looks mildly unpleasant. I guess you take with the rook, queen e2, knight e6 doesn't seem better.
Yeah.
Bishop e2, queen d2 is impossible. So the rook will recapture, knight e6 will also happen. And yeah, I don't know what's the normal move here, g3.
But still d4.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
is
not
that
sure
too
if
much?
d4 is called for here. Knight e4 comes with tempo.
Yeah, yeah. Although you still have queen check. But
King goes away.
yes.
d4 feels a bit early, but no, Carlsen solved his problems. It's just a question if he'll be able to ask any questions. I guess this is what's going to happen. Does black have any chances here? White still looks solid, but these pawns, there are all these breaks now. So maybe a bit
Yeah.
of hope.
But you can, yeah, a5. Well, not now, but one way that I won, which takes a while and takes the right moment, is I put my king on d6, and then I waited and waited and waited until the mistake came.
Yeah, after king e7 there's 95, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
it's an easy route. And it could be that white is still hanging in there, but some care is needed now. Like, all these breaks have to be calculated at every juncture. c5 is not so pleasant positionally, but if black is first to attack the pawns, who cares? Bishop c2, rook b2. Magnus, it feels like he's slowly but steadily making progress. He deliberately took a worse position, as he mentioned, but now, step by step, he's converted it into a slightly better position with some of Arian's decisions. Nothing drastic, but maybe not ideal, like this rook e2, and then, yeah, this c3 and b4. It's understandable that he wants to clarify things, but it doesn't feel like priority number one, and this construction is very hard to touch for black. Well, after c3, b4, black does have all these pawn breaks all of a sudden. Not sure what he should have done. Let's see. Yeah, Compy just says chill, play rook e3. White is a bit better, which seems believable.
Yeah. And okay.
There we see the world champion. Does he also have a pawn to play with? Seems like
He does. This is the new fashion. This is the new trick that they're all doing. They're saying, you know, you can save so many points because you release the nervous tension into twiddling the knight in this case. But I had a chat with some grandmasters, and a lot of grandmasters say the etiquette is if you're going to fiddle, you need to fiddle with it out of the eye line of your opponent.
So you just keep your hand under the table and make motions?
Which looks dodgy, yes, but that's what they say. You save a lot of points because it keeps you calm, because it's like a stress ball, right? It makes you...
I don't know. I wasn't aware of this new etiquette.
Are you allowed to take, for instance, a stress ball with you?
I don't know. I'm sure Wesley's tried it. I would guess you're not allowed to, no?
No. No, I don't know. I once played someone, actually no, I wasn't playing this person, but I was sitting next to this person who just got these two pawns that had been exchanged, and he stuck them in his ear, and I was like, that's gross.
That sounds wrong.
I know, it was wrong. And everyone, but no one said, it was such a British atmosphere, no one said, mate, you're not allowed to do that. They just went, weirdo, and that was it. Would you have complained? Would you have called over the arbiter and said, that guy is doing obscene things with pawns? No.
I never complain. I never send food back in restaurants if it's
Really?
not what I ordered. No, I just quietly
You seethe inside.
endure it all.
Oh no. And then do you complain about it afterwards? About how much money you paid and how it was such a bad meal?
No.
No. Are you okay? You don't say anything. You just let it go. Well, this is healthy.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's healthy. But that's the British culture as well, to not say anything.
Yes.
People do weird stuff.
Yeah. But in this respect, I haven't inherited the British culture. I complain a lot. But I've been banned from complaining in Norwegian. I've been told I'm too rude. I'm too direct. And Norwegian's a pretty direct language. And I've been told, no, you're pushing the limits. I was like, okay. Because, I mean, there's one thing about complaining in your native tongue. You understand, where you can go and how polite you can be or impolite. Meanwhile, in a different language, you just don't get it.
Yeah,
you say
sometimes
offensive
you use
things.
very strong language without meaning to, just because you picked it up. No, we've had a situation like this at one of the Magnus training camps before the World Championship.
Really?
It's rough, these training camps. We were sitting in some beach restaurant in Cadiz in Spain in October, and the food just wouldn't arrive. So we sat there for an hour, and then another hour. What do? We asked a couple times, but they said it would come in 5 minutes, but it never showed up. And it was very unclear how to handle it. I was prepared to sit there for 24 hours, but some of the more outspoken team members, like Daniel, he was ready to go after 15 minutes, of course. And then in the end, we left some money on the table.
No.
But not enough money for the food. I don't know. How do you handle it? It led to...
Seriously?
Yeah.
So you didn't get your food?
No.
And you put down money for
Well,
nothing?
we had drinks. We got some drinks.
Ah, you had some drinks. Okay. And that was it? Okay.
It's the end of the story. Someone chased after us, but we said we left some money. But yeah, it's tricky, because the polite thing is to sit there, but you also can't sit there forever, no? So you have to draw the line somewhere.
No, I'm sorry, I would have complained.
Well, we did complain, but they just said, 5 minutes.
Did they say 5 minutes? 5 minutes? And I would have complained louder.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I would have complained louder, and I would have said, come on guys. And then I probably would have walked out without paying. There you go. So I'm such a bad person.
No, not sure. Not sure how to play it. I think it's more of a character than a culture thing. But yeah, we were very confused what to do. Life's very rough.
But how did you manage the whole kind of like with some members wanting to walk away and others wanting to sit there?
Well, Magnus was there in the end, I think.
Ah,
What
okay, so
Magnus
he
wants to do
decided.
more or less goes. And
Yes.
he's more patient than Daniel, probably, but less. His patience knows limits.
And would you say this kind of character traits reflect on the chess personality?
I don't know. Maybe.
And okay, hang on a second.
This looks weird.
Let's go over to the MVL against Wesley So game because he just took a pawn.
Nothing subtle. Just grabs the pawn. And if rook b6, he will take that as well.
And after
Takes, and if rook takes, there's
knight
knight
d6.
So the bishop has to take. What is this? It's just winning for white.
But how are you going to rook e8, king h7, bishop check again? Let's have some fun. And now
Dagger
bishop
here.
b7.
I was gonna say takes, but maybe it's not that winning. Let's consult Compy, knight b7. Compy is saying only move rook d7.
Oh.
Rook b6 is indeed losing.
Because
So
of queen takes.
Takes. Check, king h7. Whoa.
Is there bishop a? No.
Rook f8.
Rook f8.
That's a tough move. Bishop b7.
Aha,
Bishop d3.
bishop d3.
Oh, very pretty. Yeah, computers are good. But also our line, bishop d3, g6, knight d6, bishop b7. It says bishop e4 is winning.
That makes sense. I've
Too subtle. Takes. And the
probably
d-pawn wins somehow.
d6.
Yeah, fair enough. The knight stops the bishop from coming back.
Yep. Okay, so rook b6.
Can't go rook b6 to go
Lost.
back. And yeah. White is much better, pawn up, but the game at least continues. Black has the bishops. Some potential. White is obviously better. Knight c5.
Yeah. It was probably the best position Wesley's had for a long time, actually.
I'm not sure.
You can go rook d6. Go back to where it came from, and then...
Well, Wesley himself, he would blitz out knight b7, rook d7, knight c5. I'll do something else, but I'm not sure that's Maxim's approach. But yes, doesn't look too clear. Magnus, meanwhile,
Okay, it
has gone all the way back. g3, queen to d8. Doesn't fancy the endgame. What's that about? He wants to prepare a5? Or what does he want? Probably.
But now, you know, now is the chance maybe to go h.
Finally.
H4.
Also, knight g5 was a threat, so you should stop it. h4, very logical. I guess he wants this. Probably
a3.
Takes.
Pawn takes.
Rook a8. It doesn't look like it's enough for black to win. He will try. h5, I guess, is too loosening.
No. Yeah. But then it's really difficult for white to organize the pieces. So let's. I think it's like if you go knight f1, then there's d4 is coming. Well, could be in the air. And if you go, I mean, the white queen doesn't have too many. Maybe you go queen e3 then, in order to kind of try and give some purpose to the.
Maxim.
But then, oh, what's happening?
Taking a page out of Ah, no.
Still Wesley's move.
I thought they repeated, but no, sorry. Still Wesley. Faster on.
Yeah.
A5 played by Carlsen. A3
A3.
will also happen.
For sure, 100%. You have to reinforce the b4 pawn. You can't go capturing those pawns. That pawn has a big keep out sign. So, I mean, but really, Arian has a problem with getting his knight on d2 into the game. So
Yeah.
he should try
If
to.
he could drop it to e5, he'd be better all of a sudden. But it's a long way to go. White is still solid. I'm not sure. There's enough play here. It might be 3, let's say.
Then rook a3. Keep defending.
It's only one weakness, and it's not even that weak. Really. Looks equal to me. King g7, queen g6.
It does feel like Magnus is getting himself prepped for a great endgame. Okay, so pawn takes pawn.
AB, rook a8 looks very natural as well.
Yep. And so the players have played 25 moves and no time trouble whatsoever for either of them. Both of them got 43 minutes. But I feel like this is a Magnus type of position, so he will start to put the pressure on. It's just not easy for Arian to come up with an active plan. It's difficult to wait.
Well, but he hasn't looked for an active plan the whole game. If he can just keep the position like this, I think he'll be content with sitting there. We'll see. What can you tell us about Arian? Does he live in Norway?
Yes.
Is he a big star?
He is a big star in Norway. Obviously, no one is as famous as Magnus, and he probably wouldn't get recognized on the street. But yeah, he is very popular.
He doesn't get recognized on the street?
I don't think so.
Even I never get recognized in Hamburg. But when I walk around in Oslo, people approach me because they follow chess so much more. So for Arian must be getting recognized.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But I don't think, like, for instance, my hairdresser would recognize who he is. And whereas they would recognize
Magnus.
Magnus.
He's not Magnus level of fame, but I'm sure he gets recognized.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the
no?
good night, for sure he will be 100% recognized.
Those seem like two extreme examples. Like,
yeah,
he
that's
won't
true.
be recognized by your hairdresser, but he will be recognized in the
good
chess pub.
In the
Then
good
we can
night,
agree.
yeah. I mean, I imagine he is super famous. He is very famous and might be recognized by someone interested in chess.
But if he walks around,
he's not mobbed,
Oslo
for instance.
Center, how often will he be approached for a selfie? What's the over/under in a 2-hour walk? I would say it's more than 5.
Yeah, I would say probably 5, 6 times by someone who's interested in chess. I don't know, actually. I mean, I know David, who's now living in Oslo. He said he's been approached quite often.
There you go.
Yeah.
Norwegians,
Yeah.
big students of chess.
They are very big fans of chess, and you can't go to the good night, the chess pub, without everyone recognizing you.
Yeah,
And
but
that's quite
like a chess club.
Yeah, I know. But it's kind of cool. They've watched all the YouTube videos. They've watched the show. They know you. You would be. Yeah, they would buy you loads and loads of drinks.
No, I've been there. I've paid all the drinks. By all the drinks, I meant the 2 beers I can afford in Norway. Barely.
Yeah. No, but I mean, one thing that did surprise me is how Magnus is famous, like super famous.
Why would that surprise you? He's the chess world champion in a chess-obsessed country that also really values their sports heroes.
Yeah, but it was just, and I don't think he was world champion at the time that I was chatting to the hairdressers, and they will kind of recognize Magnus, and they were saying, oh, would he become world champion? And you know, I was grilled quite, did I know him? For example, it's just, I don't know, if you talk to
99% of
But if you talk
Norwegians must know how Magnus looks.
yeah, now that he's made, like, now every year on Christmas they televise the World Rapid and Blitz.
Of course.
Ever since that, you know, everyone knows who he is. It's like a family tradition to actually watch the chess. Even though no one, well, not no one, a vast majority of people just don't know how the pieces move, they don't understand anything. But you know, this is still very much the custom. So,
I've been there. We always spend Christmas in Norway with my parents-in-law, and the TV is always on when Magnus is playing.
And everyone has a judgment about what moves he should have made.
Sure.
It's interesting. And okay.
So back to Arjan.
Yeah.
Arjan lives in Oslo. Is the Norwegian number 2 or 3? I'm not sure. Hammer apparently is gaining rating again. Are they all friendly? Are they bitter rivals? Are they
I don't know about
thankful
that.
for Magnus' success, or annoyed that he overshadows everybody? What's the situation?
My vibe is that everyone is just grateful to Magnus. I mean, I don't think you can be envious of such talent. I think you just sit back and admire it. So, I mean, Magnus, quite frankly, has opened doors. You know, Norway chess, he's a big part of this whole tournament. He's also a big part of the Champions Chess Tour, and also chess getting to be on TV. And yeah, I think everyone likes Magnus. I mean, Jon Ludvig is a fantastic commentator on Norwegian TV because of Magnus. So I haven't really ever got the feeling that they're resentful. And Magnus, of course, he's like such a big part of the community, and he actually plays chess against them. You know, he's always willing to have some blitz games and just play against and give words of advice. I mean, which I think is quite nice.
Does sound nice.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I don't have any hot takes. I think I agree that in general, people seem very happy and thankful, and also Norwegians, it's less of a spiteful culture, I would say, than Germans, for example, where usually there's always some envy if someone's doing too well.
Oh, really?
with the German sports heroes. I don't think they have that in Norway. I think they're genuinely very happy for people doing well.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one thing I really like. It's like that, hang on a second. We might be talking about this, but we are missing action because Maxime, he's gone into that line that we said he absolutely
D3,
must not go
Mm.
into.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
There was this computer move, but that was Lotas, this rook f8, which was apparently winning on the spot with this trick. But knight d6, this is the normal way to play. Bishop b7, check, g6, and here apparently the clean way to do this is bishop to e4, which is not an easy move, but Maxime's a great calculator. I would guess he'll spot that.
Yeah.
The obvious move is to take, but then after bishop takes, both pawns are under attack and things aren't so simple.
Yeah.
If you start with this,
but can you
take, we can go here. That's the difference.
Yeah. Okay. So this is very important. Because if you were to try to, for instance, rook takes rook and then protect the pawn. No, if you just try and start off with rook takes rook and then protect the pawn, then I guess this is less clear. And then knight takes pawn is something that
yeah, but the other line is
winning. Is just winning.
This one is not.
He's played it.
He's played it.
He's played it. It's on the board.
Maxime.
And
wow. He's gonna win.
Yeah, he's no longer sitting at the board. That means one thing. He's calculated it all out. He's gonna win.
Yeah,
okay.
Once you spot this move, it's also not that tough, I guess, because here white just picks up a piece, d6, bishop c8, bishop c6, and the bishop has no way to come back in time to stop the pawn.
Yeah.
So this is big for the tournament. It means Wesley So is basically out of contention. If he loses today, he won't be able to keep track of Vichy and Magnus.
No.
And yeah, he will. I don't know what happened here. He just hallucinated in a perfectly normal position. We mentioned b6 was possible, rook a8 looked normal. He just lost 2 tempi for nothing with knight e4. After f3 he had to retreat. f3 is not a weakness, so it's not like he gained anything. Ever since he's been in trouble. Maxime went for this direct solution, and here Wesley also. He could have played rook d7 and things aren't that simple, but instead he just goes for a line that's losing, so not his finest game today.
No.
Something seems a little off.
He seems to be miscalculating because I'm pretty sure that when he went into this endgame, he was thinking, okay, there's going to be some rook takes rook, and maybe he will win the pawn on d5, and then the game will continue. But this is absolutely winning, and I mean, can Wesley kind of try to grovel on? I'm just thinking of. It's rook, and I'm really clutching at straws here. Okay, maybe he can do something like king g7.
No, that loses the bishop. That's another problem. Here, take a knight e8 check.
Okay, so that's out of the question.
Yeah, there's not much to do. Like, you can play any random move and go for this. No, white should also win directly here. Yeah, knight e8.
Attack.
And the d pawn runs.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
confirm. There should be some more direct way. The computer just says b3, and there's nothing black can do. Just keep the b pawn and then pick up more stuff. Also fair enough.
Yeah. And the very critical point, just to reinforce, is that the bishop can't capture the pawn if the rooks are on the board because of rook e7. That's just deadly. Oh. So
No, Wesley is going down today.
No, this is really bad news because he's on 10 points at the minute. Magnus is got 12.5 points. And assuming that Magnus draws, he will pick up at least 1 point. 13.5 points. Nope, he's out of contention. And actually, MVL had 8.5 points, so a win in the classical will take him to 11. My maths is on fire today.
Very impressive.
Yeah. It's not often on fire, but today it is. Okay, and this also looks great for Vichy.
Not sure it does. Let's see. So he went for this King's Indian type structure and b4 to stop knight c5. Yeah, maybe it is fine.
I mean, can Black just go all in for the attack?
What attack?
There is no attack for the time being, but I have a crafty plan up my sleeve. Knight f6. So now the not so obvious threat is to go either g4 or knight h5 and then knight f4. Okay, you stopped me. Okay, great. No.
It's a bit committal, like things might happen on the queen side there, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so I shouldn't go all in. But then
No,
again,
f6 might be fine.
but then again, what is Black doing though? If Black, maybe Black should just abandon this idea of material and can he just go g?
I don't know how big a deal it is. Like, rook a8 or maybe even rook a6.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we should go on a little break. There's a lot of action next to us.
Yep.
So we'll come back when things have quieted down. See you then.
Welcome back, and during that break we actually saw our first result of the day. So it was a draw between Ariane Tari and Magnus Carlsen, which means we will be seeing Armageddon, and we will definitely keep you all posted on that, and of course we will follow that game as it happens. And should we kind of take a look at the closing moments of this game?
Yeah, not that much happened. We were predicting this sequence, and the white position is just too stable. Magnus offered the exchange of queens, after which maybe he could continue the game, but Ariane, I think, rightly kept the queens on the board. There's just no way for black to make progress. If you go somewhere else, you could even start thinking that maybe white is a little better, kicking this rook away. White, on paper at least, has the better bishop. So the game ends peacefully. The world champion loses quite some rating with this draw. Since he was 200 points higher rated, he loses, whatever, 2.5 points. And that means he's falling below 2,870. But that's how it goes. You can't always win, as your coach mentioned. If white plays very solidly and is a highly qualified grandmaster, draw can easily happen.
Yep. And someone who won't be drawing actually is MVL, because he is on his path to victory.
Yeah,
but
you pointed out.
There was a huge trap in the position. So Wesley captured this pawn, and I certainly fell victim to this trap, because I thought white would just play rook e7. What is black going to play? Perhaps retreat the bishop. I did not see that bishop takes pawn was a possibility. And then the whole point is that rook to d8. And suddenly it would be just a draw.
Yeah, rook f7, king h8, and white cannot keep the extra piece. Surprising tactic, but Maxime spotted it. Just exchange rooks. It turns out that here white just wins. The d pawn is too strong. Knight to c4. And they played some more moves. Bishop f6 takes, and d6. And there is no defense.
You have to swap off bishops.
Yeah.
Then you can't keep them on.
Takes, then the bishop has to go passive, and white will just win this slowly.
And surely.
And there's also this move, bishop back to d8, which is maybe a better try. Bishop b7, bishop b6, I'm not sure why he's winning, but he can just keep the knight on the board. Go here and here, and d7. It's too much to handle. Is it? Bishop somewhere, d7, bishop b6, I'm trying to understand. Okay, this is not a threat, so white has time to just go bishop c6 and then knight b7 and get a queen. And there's no defense.
Yep. Yeah.
Bishop d8 is on the board, but Maxime should figure this out. He's gotten this far. Just has to move his knight somewhere where it controls the c5 square and win the game.
Yeah. And so knight d7 is also a viable move. And would it spoil the win if you were to move the knight somewhere else? So I'm thinking knight c4.
I guess it's also winning, but it's a bit slower because the knight cannot directly build this construction where it supports d7. But I guess it's winning as well.
Okay.
What's happening there? There's some kids right behind us. Where are they coming from?
I don't know. Are they appearing on our transmission?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought there was a wall behind us. But maybe it's an after-hours kindergarten.
No, I think I hear some Danish.
Danish kids?
Yes. Yep, so I don't quite know the word for be quiet in Danish, so again, I know the word for shut up, but that's
Magnus
that's
taught
probably
us the other day, no? In the confessional.
Did he?
Didn't he say something to Peter?
Ah,
Like,
yeah,
get out of here?
Falar. Something like
There
that.
you go.
Voila. Oh, and just like that,
See?
they went quiet. Oh dear. Okay, so MVL looking good, and now Vichy Anand against Timur Rajabov. Whoa, looks messy if you ask me.
Queen to d1. His point is a takes b doesn't work because of knight takes c7,
Okay, but
hitting both rooks. So black should defend this, knight f6 or knight b6, knight somewhere. I guess f6 was normal. I think Raja was okay actually. Anand has this King's Indian structure, but with black controlling the a file. Now white has to react, put the rook somewhere. Doesn't usually. If black has his open file, it's not so scary. Looks okay for black. A job of hanging in there.
yeah, I mean, could white kind of argue, well, let's trade off a set of rooks, and then
But how do you do it?
okay, so if you put your rook on a2, if you get excited, then perhaps I'm going to offer a trade. Okay, so now I need to get out of the a line, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is on the board.
Yep. And now there's no plan at the minute. Or maybe white will go for c5. So let's try to get that into operation. Move the queen up to d3, the Goldilocks row.
Yeah, it's black to move and
Okay. So if you go rook a2, then white's idea would probably be rook e2, just to kind of...
here's my prediction. I
Okay.
predict the game will end like this.
Yeah,
I
that
think
is one
black
way.
is active enough. Like white. White gets too ambitious. Black now all of a sudden also has counter chances. Your g4 comes back into play. The white king side is a little abandoned. So. No, Rajabov seems to have defended well. And should be a favorite to score his first half point here with the black pieces.
Yes. No, I think there's a lot of counterbait, as you mentioned. Let's go back to Ashak Mamedyarov against Anish Giri, because, well, you know, we both were impressed with Mamedyarov's extra pawn, but now it doesn't look that impressive, if you ask me.
Still has it, but yeah, the white king is out of play. The c pawn is well stopped by the black king. So apparently black is active enough here. Could think about bishop e8, trying to take here. But I guess if bishop e8 happens, black can go king d8, stopping this threat. Bishop has to retreat.
Yeah,
These Danish kids are very noisy, aren't they?
they are very noisy. Yes. Should we?
I think they're chess players.
They are chess players.
They mentioned a chess school. My Danish is flawless.
But they also, because they're Danish kids, they also understand English.
I don't think so. Are you worried that we will hurt their feelings?
No. I'm not worried about hurting the feelings of some 9-year-olds. Are you worried?
A little bit.
Okay.
We've had this debate earlier. How many 9-year-olds we could take if they all come at us?
I think I could take 2. What about you?
Depends. Like, what 9-year-olds are we talking about? Like, are these are probably like suburban chess club 9-year-olds, right?
Yeah.
I think you can take 4.
The problem is that you can't reveal your full strength. You can probably just shake them off,
Why
and
not?
that's about it. Because you'd hurt the little things. You can't hurt them, so therefore all you can do is
But if
just...
they attack us,
If they attack us, yeah, but even then, the rules of the game are slightly skewed in their favor.
it's a debate I have constantly. Usually, people don't enjoy it when you talk about how many kids you could fight.
No. But, I mean, okay, if you're playing a board game with a kid, would you deliberately go out of your way to kind of beat the kid?
It's a tough question.
I mean, I would do it over chessboard. I mean, but I would kind of try to have fun with it. I'd try to be a bit merciful.
I don't know. My daughter, she's a horrible loser. So usually, I try to not let her win. Also, some stuff she just crushes me, like memory games where you have to turn cards. So I have no chance. But she's a very bad loser. The few occasions I win at something, and usually it's not worth the trouble because she gets so upset. So all my big parenting concepts, like she has to earn it, sometimes go out of the window for pragmatic reasons. Okay, I can take the loss.
Okay.
Recently, she's also been complaining that I make her train chess for 8 hours a day. She's saying, I have the right to have a life. Let me go to kindergarten. She doesn't understand that chess is more important.
She doesn't want the right to work. It's very important for children to have the right to work. No.
Her work ethic is way down.
That's a great film, by the way. Have you seen it?
Right to work?
Yeah. No. It's Zoolander.
Zoolander.
Yeah. They're campaigning for the right for children to work.
Sure,
they say, it's very unfair. They should be allowed to earn their money. Anyway, MVL against that they seem to be doing the business. No progress there. And what about Topalov against Wang Hao?
Oh yeah, we haven't been here for a while.
No, we haven't been here for a while. I mean, it was looking.
It's F4.
Yeah.
Queen B6 sequence. Hurt my feelings, so we abandoned them. Yeah, looks roughly equal. D5. Is Wang Hao in big time trouble again? Not yet. But could get there.
Could get there.
Position
Maybe.
is equal. Equal pawns. Both sides have some less than ideal pawns in their camp.
That's true. But if you look at White's pawns, I mean, is E5 pawn so weak? I'm just thinking C3 is so juicy.
Yeah, it's hard to attack though.
That's true. They're only weak if you can attack them.
Knight E4, or that blunders a pawn. That might blunder a pawn.
Knight takes. Yes. Okay. So there's not
This
without
is smarter.
this knight. Oh, I didn't see that one coming.
E4.
Knight takes.
Maybe E4 is not so bad. Now we stabilize bishop E2. King F2, Knight E3 potentially.
Yeah, double-edged position, and I see that chat. No, they were talking about the Anand game, and I mean it looks quite normal. I mean, your prediction didn't happen.
No, he went Rook E2. He didn't repeat. Vichy trying to go for the kill here. He wants to reclaim the lead in the tournament. If he were to beat Rajabov, he would be in first place. I don't think he's better. If Rajabov just waits on the A file, he shouldn't exchange rooks, because then his control of this open file gets somewhat diminished. But if White just waits, I don't see what White can do.
Yeah. The question is G4 a threat?
Yeah, it's annoying.
It is annoying, isn't it? So therefore, White has to do something about it. Maybe move the
back.
rook
Go
forward.
back.
Yeah.
Go back.
Yeah. And there we go. That's the way to solve the problems.
No, the position looks equal. It looks like it's White who has to be slightly careful in spite of the space advantage, because Black has no bad pieces left.
Rajabov, okay. What about this kind of time situation? Because they're on move 26 and Rajabov has just 15 minutes on the clock. To me, that sounds like plenty of time, but when you bear in mind that he might need to take some critical decision if Vichy chooses to put him under the spotlight. I don't think there's a serious problem, right? But why is Rachbov thinking just move the rook back to a6?
Okay. Could exchange rooks, but feels wrong to me. So, yeah, I agree. There we see.
Ah, Armageddon time.
Aryan getting ready.
Okay.
Aryan here. Doing great in the classical. I think he's lost every single Armageddon, but he must be winning a lot of rating in classical chess
Yep.
with his 50%.
Okay.
Come on, Danish kids. Stop throwing pieces around.
Yep. And Aryan giving the handshake.
Where's the game? I can't see the game yet.
At the bottom, normally. No. There it is.
There it is. E4, B6.
Ooh.
Magnus needing a draw, but doesn't feel like playing for it.
Yeah.
Should have done this in classical.
It's quite funny
Now
actually.
he's in a must draw. Why
Yeah.
mix it up now? He's going for the hippopotamus.
Yep. But often what we find in these hippos is that, well, not now, I was going to say that white can actually find themselves on the wrong side of a low pass. So, okay, instead we're seeing Aryan handle this very aggressively. 3 pawns attack. Is there a name for this attack against the hippo?
It appears it's the Austrian attack, but I don't think the hippo is popular enough that sublines have their own names.
Bishop d3.
We should mention the hippo is the setup where you put all the pawns here and your pieces in a symmetrical fashion. And then you're worse, but you've made your first 15 moves really quickly. So that counts for something.
Yeah, it's a perfect open.
But Magnus, of course, he's allowed to deviate from classic hippo strategy. He goes c5 here. So d5, I guess white is much better. But Carlsen probably also studied Aryan's previous Armageddons, like against Wesley, where if it became a bit uncharted territory, Aryan did commit some mistakes. So that's probably his approach here.
I was listening to your Chicken Chess podcast
Yeah, Chicken
this
Chess Club.
morning. I was listening to episode 2 and you guys were discussing 1f3. Now I must admit, I thought that f3 was just a trolling move and that Magnus had played it with very little study. It turns out that Peter Heine had been sent to study this variation.
Well, it's still nonsense, but
Yeah.
they usually work on the nonsense to make it more bearable.
Yeah,
But of course, Peter, I guess he's also obliged to defend and praise whatever random trolling decisions Magnus takes. So it's hard to get a straight answer out of him.
yeah, that's
We'll
true.
keep trying them.
That's true, but I mean, it's kind of handy if Magnus has already decided in the morning, hey, I'm going to be playing the hippo, I'm going to go for this setup, and they work something out, whereas Aryan is going there blind. Okay,
We should mention that Magnus seemed to have a perfectly good position here. Just Sicilian now after he went c5 and Aryan didn't go d5. But now he goes d5. And that's risky because Aryan can keep pushing with f5 and play for checkmate. Also, it's a
should.
must-win situation, so Aryan no longer has any incentive to play solidly.
he needs to do it.
Push.
I mean, other moves just don't make sense. And also, I'm a big fan of pawn pushes, so this is the move that I really hope Aryan just plays. He's lost every single Armageddon game, and
There
yeah,
he
he's
comes.
gone for it. And okay, I guess Magnus doesn't have too much time on the clock, 5 minutes. Knight takes bishop.
5 was very, very bold, maybe. Just didn't expect Aryan to react so actively, but if you force him,
Okay, I mean, but how to react to this? Because f6 is coming.
it looks very dangerous.
I know.
I guess you take everything and try to survive this, but as we say, knight on f5.
Will thrive. And bishop will come to g5. Yeah, it's very, very sharp.
Just looks bad. Surprising decision by Magnus. This pawn to d5. The white pieces really are very ready for all this stuff.
And Magnus using the time on his clock to think. Now down to 4.5 minutes. Plenty of time, but they will not be getting increment until they've passed move 40, upon which they get a 1 second increment per move. Again, not that much time. So Magnus needs to adjust to this new, faster pace of the game.
Yeah, I know what he could do. He could take here. Now play bishop g5 to take this thing out of f6, but it's still a very scary position.
Totally. I mean, it's tempting for me just to try and trap the bishop if that happens.
So his clock is ticking at
Yeah.
d5. He will be
He's now
kicking
used
himself for.
nearly 2 minutes of his time on this critical moment. Okay, so he's gone for bishop g5.
Directly.
So
It's Arjan's turn to calculate if he wants to take on e4 or take on g5 directly.
or can he even throw in
On
f6?
e6. F6 looks a bit much. No? Maybe it works. I don't know. Bishop d2. I don't know. Could work, but it's somewhat committal.
Yep. Okay.
Let's try.
No, he's gone for bishop takes
Took on
bishop.
c5. Queen takes and rook f3. Not the computer's favorite, if I can read the bar correctly. After e takes f5, Magnus back in business.
Yeah.
The computer wanted bishop takes e4 here, apparently. D takes e. Now take. Queen takes b4, just pushing black back. Knight d7,
And
knight
then
e4.
grabbing material.
With the pawn up and a much better position. But now after what Arjan did, rook f3, ef, Magnus should be all right.
Okay, he should be okay, but I mean, still, Arjan can start pushing the pieces back. How?
How?
How is he going to do that, actually? How is he going to dislodge the knight? Maybe he just has to make a few trades and... And there's no clear
Guess
cut.
to take here. Queen back, take it from there. But yeah, he's missed the moment here. Played quite quickly. Maybe he should have thought some more after bishop g5. Hard to judge.
He has to take the pawn. I mean, okay, so he's gone for rook takes pawn. The queen steps back.
Magnus can resist setting a cheapo with queen h6, but probably he can, because here rook h5 stops.
Okay.
Oh no, he can't resist. Whoa. Come on, Magnus. It's a grandmaster. He's not going to miss knight g3.
No, he's not, but... Okay, so he can meet this by playing rook h... No, rook h5. And is he banking on moves like... Okay, he has to move the queen. Queen g6. How is he going to fight this? Knight takes bishop is going to be in the air. How is Arjan... Knight takes knight. How is Arjan going to handle this? Maybe he can go knight f5. Also setting those cheap tricks.
Yeah, probably be spotted as well.
That's true.
Thinking about it.
He is thinking about it, and he has over 5.5 minutes to consider his moves. I mean, a great kind of tactic we've seen is that when Magnus speeds up, the opponent has to slow down and not get so excited. So, I mean, I personally probably would play knight takes knight because the position is a bit tense, but he's gone for knight f5, threatening knight e7, but okay, rook a e8 played very, very quickly. Okay, what to do now?
Yeah, still makes sense. Now you should take and put the knight on d6.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay. How is he going to do it? And then drop the... So, not too much. Somehow you kind of, Ariane wants to kick the knight back from c5, but this is impossible to do.
No, just take. And if knight takes, you exchange it. Put your knight here. And game continues. White should be a bit better. And if pawn takes, then b4 becomes a topic again. Not sure if directly. Maybe even directly.
Mm-hmm. Well, he has to hurry up because now he's got just over 4 minutes on the clock. And how many moves? Okay, the only move to hold the balance is to actually take. Bishop takes knight, and he's done it. Okay. And the best move here is actually to play pawn takes.
Hang on, something's happening. Knight d6 and Carlsen takes on e5.
Oh.
Gives the exchange to get rid of this powerful knight. He's an exchange down, but he has a pawn and decent pieces. So maybe it's not too bad.
Okay. Well, Ariane is in a must-win situation. I would keep that rook on the board. Don't be tempted to make simplifications. Just put the rook on f5. Put it on open line. Okay, so he's done that.
Excellent.
Yeah, and now b4 is coming, so... Okay, but does this work?
Why wouldn't it work? I'm not sure if it's good, but it does attack the rook.
It does.
The rook will go back. f2, f1.
Then
Magnus will play f5. Yeah, I guess it's okay.
It's rook d1.
Played rook d1.
The queen retreats to e7. Any kind of move? It's a good move. Queen e6, and now rook f1. Queen goes move to e5.
He's trying to stop pawn to b4.
But queen e3 happens. Queen e3 and b4 is still in the air.
Yeah, Magnus still not out of the woods at all.
No. I mean, can he get active and play like f5?
I don't know.
Is this too much?
Now white has queen d4. Looks like white has enough control. Maybe has to play a5 to just stop b4. But it's worse.
But if you play a5, the queen trade will still happen, and it looks like Ariane is actually got the initiative. He's got the edge. He has the material advantage.
Play a5.
Queen.
Queen d4. You go away. No, it's still tense enough. I would think Magnus will still find a way, but Ariane's playing well. Also, they have on the clock. King g1.
Yeah, this feels a little bit slow.
I quite like it.
Okay.
f5 is more weakening for black, then it's dangerous for white. Then queen d4, knight d5 comes, so Magnus has to sit and wait, which he does.
Yeah.
Okay.
But okay, now f5 finally comes, but what's it? Queen d4.
Rook f2 was a bit strange because now if the queen moves, there's pawn to e3. That's why he has to go g3, which is, I guess, is still fine.
Okay.
King g7, Carlsen is getting ready to defend that endgame, but Ariane, after king g7, can also just play rook ft2.
That is the plan.
No endgame for you, sir.
No, instead he goes for knight b5.
Feels a bit random, but maybe also good.
Yeah. But okay, is it possible for black to actually play queen takes pawn? No, he doesn't. He takes care of his king. Rook to e7, b3 played. And now the knight maneuvers itself. I'm a little bit worried for Ariane's position because that knight could find itself on g5 at the right time. And, well, f3 and h3 look like great squares.
Yeah, but knight d4, white is still in control. He goes knight d6, allowing this knight to live.
Okay, the position is so crazy, and Magnus just over 1 minute on the clock. They're on move 33, so no 1 second increment just yet. So he puts his Ariane looking at that light squared bishop.
Magnus
Rook
in trouble.
d5.
Rook d5 is there. These pawns aren't really moving. He goes knight c5. after which even knight takes f5 and queen g5 might already be bad news.
In fact, that is the winning blow. Knight takes pawn is going to win the game for Ariane.
So if he does it,
Oh,
and yeah, he's going for
he's
it.
going for it. And that's it. Oh my god, pawn takes knight, queen, check. And now it's completely hopeless. The king has to go to h8, but no.
Norwegian TV is getting very excited.
It is
They
very
started
exciting.
yelling.
Yeah, because it's not often that the number 2 beats the world champion.
It's just game over. Like rook d8 is there, rook f8, you can resign.
Yeah, and Magnus shaking his head. The seconds are
Resigns.
ticking down, and that's it. Ariane Tari has beaten Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon. Oh, incredible, incredible stuff from Ariane Tari.
Yeah, he's trying not to show too much emotion, but he must be quite pleased with himself after this one. Yeah, for Magnus, that's a setback. It's not gigantic because it's only half a point difference in the Armageddons, but it's also unpleasant because now it's like when he lost to Pragnananda in the Champions Chess Tour. Now, whenever the Ariane context comes up, people will mention that he lost to him in Norway chess. Which
Yeah.
I guess it's the fate of being number one, that whenever you lose to somebody, that will be mentioned. But yeah, he can't be happy about it. Still, kudos to Ariane, who played a great game and
Yeah.
struck when the chance was there.
Yes.
With knight takes f5.
Yeah, it was a good job by Ariane. And also, I have to say, it was the very first time he's beaten someone in Armageddon.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's played quite a few of them. He always lost. And I think he was equally unlucky in the Norway chess last year as well. This time, great game. And Magnus taking just a little bit too much risk. And, well, going back to the classical games, the game that I'm really dying to see is MVL against Wesley So.
Still ongoing.
Still ongoing.
He
But
found
is
the
it
construction
over?
to win the piece. Should be over any moment.
Okay. No hope for Wesley, even if that pawn, even if that one of the bishops disappear.
Extra
No.
piece is pretty good.
Yeah. It certainly looks that way. And Wesley with 7.5 minutes on the clock. Whew. And what about the other games? Has Anand against Rajabov finished in a draw? Nope. And okay, let's head over to Anish's game because chat is telling me he only has 22 seconds. So let's check out the time drama there.
That's well past move 40, so he does get an extra 10 seconds per move. Yeah, he still looks active enough. He hasn't managed to force the issue though, and as long as White has his extra pawn and the game is ongoing, Ahmadiyarov will look for chances. He brought his king closer to the center. But yeah, it's still stable enough for Anish. I would assume he can even trade rooks here. Now round up this pawn.
Yeah, that looks like a healthy way to do things. And I mean, is it possible for the white rook just to try to offer a trade on e4?
Yeah, black doesn't have to go along. I guess he could, but also giving a check. Waiting. Looks alright, but I'm also assuming that this is some sort of... Not sure, as I said. I was gonna say it's some sort of fortress, but I'm not sure actually. Yeah. Now we wait. Also draw. Takes. King f4, h3, and there won't be enough material left.
Okay. Yeah. So that game is looking like it's a draw, but the time could be a factor in that game. And what about the last one, Anand against Rajabov. That's also a situation where Rajabov doesn't have too much time on the clock, just over 3.5 minutes, and they're only on move 31. And this one looks like it's getting quite sharp as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Rajabov exchanged rooks. I really thought he should have kept both to keep a firmer grip on the A-file. They did, and now things could indeed get messy. G4 played, H4, Vichy trying to keep the king side more or less locked up. Gets G3 in, so there's no direct progress for black here. Can get back to trying to make something happen on the queen side. Goes C5, Rajabov goes C6. Which I guess is fine, but with 3 minutes on the clock, this is tense, and Anand could also very much have a chance here. Rook D1, or I don't know. A lot of tension here, and it's not easy for black to resolve it, because you don't want to capture twice, giving white these dominant passed pawns, or this dominant passed pawn.
Yeah, absolutely not. And Rook D1 just like looks the most natural move on the board. I mean, what is Rajabov going to play? Rook, try to get counterplay by going Rook A3, but maybe that's not enough.
And Queen B2. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if this gets anywhere. Yeah, some potential chances for Vichy still, and will be crucial phase the next 9 moves. Rajabov with 3 minutes, no increment, which of course is enough to make 9 moves, but the position is complicated enough that it's far from obvious what goes where. Rook D1 played by Vichy.
And Rajabov not having too much time to come to a critical decision. So, I mean, it's very difficult to come up with a move, I have to be honest. Because if you pass, for instance, you just make a no move, then just pawn takes pawn is a big threat. And we have seen D takes C5 on the board. Vichy will simply just capture that pawn, unless he plans to. Yep. And D6 is coming. So I guess you have to do pawn takes pawn.
No.
No? But that looks horrible.
No, he shouldn't take here, like, just to try to get some play against this potential weakness, like, I don't know, Queen C7, D6, Queen A5, something along those lines. Playing with fire, but black also has some activity. This could also backfire for white if the knight goes here. And yeah, Queen C7 played. I think well played by Rajabov, D6.
But you can also...
Shouldn't be done yet.
No, it shouldn't be done yet, but you can kind of wait a little bit. For instance, you can play Rook B1. Oh, hang on a second. Pawn takes pawn is in the air. Okay, but that's still not clear either.
No, Queen A3 looks normal to me, keeping an eye on this and on the knight. But I like how Rajabov resolved this. With the knight on D7, the D pawn is not going to queen. I think he's done well. Queen A3, there's also some potential annoyance, like Rook A3. Well played, but he's down to 2.5 minutes. If she manages to ask one more question, things could happen. Thinking about it.
Could, I know this is a little bit ambitious, but could Vichy even think about playing like a disruptive move like H5?
No.
No. But maybe you could do it after your Queen E3. Then
I don't
the
think
whole,
there's any attack on the king side, and he has to keep an eye on.
I was just thinking of, so you could play queen takes pawn, but I was thinking like you just go d6 and. But the main plan was to go d6 and then queen e3 and.
Yeah, but you can do the same with the pawn on h4.
Yeah. I just didn't want the time to go. I didn't want you to have the time to go knight d7.
Got it.
So not quite yet. But it could be something to think about. So maybe you could. Okay, so if you go queen e3 first.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a more active way, because queen e3 covers the pawn, but it's a bit passive.
But I still have the h5 plan.
This work? Yeah,
Knight
something like
knight
this.
takes.
CD might be wrong. I was just curious. This work too. Knight takes and rook takes, or maybe even pawn takes and queen c5. That's what I'm saying. Vichy taking his time here, but it does feel like a critical moment. And the queen shall move. There it comes, queen b2. He's good. His hand is steady.
Yeah. And what's good about Vichy is that he's actually taking his time, and that he's not rushing because Timur doesn't have too much time on the clock. And yeah, critical moment for Rajabov. He has to find a way to deal with the threats against his b7 pawn, and also d6 ideas, and at the same time the weakness on e5. And there's been a burst of excitement in the studio because we are going to be joined by the victor of that Armageddon match, Aryan Tari. And Aryan, massive congratulations. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. It's special to beat Magnus, of course. I didn't expect it in Armageddon, so I was just, yeah, still haven't really kind of realized that I won.
Yeah. And is this a first for you to have beaten Magnus?
Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, in an official game. Yeah.
It absolutely is. And just talk us through, first of all, the classical game, and let's go through that bit first.
Well, the classical game, I played a very solid line. And it's very hard for black to win against this line. So it's, yeah, I've been having very hard games here the last few days, so I was kind of tired and I wanted to play solid today. So that's why I choose a calm line. Yeah, I thought like if he's going to take risk, then I will get chances. So and draw was fine for me. So I just played this line, and I think we both play well. So it was a logical draw. I don't know if I missed any chances. I don't think so. It looked like a very logical game.
Yeah.
Did you guys think the same, or?
Yeah, we thought it was very logical. The only moment that we were a little bit unsure of was the c3 b4 idea. But it still seemed to be solid enough.
Okay. Yeah, it was funny because the moment I played c3 b4 was like, I thought maybe I'm about to gain something, but definitely queen d8 and a5 was probably very precise from him. And then this weak a7 pawn, he gets rid of it, and then it's just dead equal, I think.
We can do a quiz in this position. What do you think the first computer move is after queen g5?
Kirill told me about g4.
Ah, you heard it right. Yeah.
I would never play it, of course.
Not something you would think of.
Yeah.
That's what the computer likes. But yeah, in general, I think the white construction is so solid that it's hard for black to do anything here, no? Right?
Yeah, no, I think it's hard for both of us to do anything. Yeah, just in the end, nobody can make progress.
And what about the Armageddon game? How did you prepare for that? Did you expect
So I was just like thinking what I should play against e4, e5, and I was so I decided on that. I mean, obviously that was my worry, yeah, e4, e5. But then he played b6, and it was hard to not laugh after he played this move. But I was like, thought he gave me a gift by playing b6. But at the same time, it was. I think I got a bit worse with white. So I think definitely the way I played was not the best way. And after he put his knight on e4, I thought he was fine. Probably the way I played here was not the best, but or I'm not sure. But after d5, e5, knight e4, it seems like I didn't play in the best way against e4, b6.
Your computer hates this d5 move, it says.
Really?
Some random move, rook c8, and black's more or less okay, but d5, e5, knight e4, f5, it thinks you're in great shape.
Oh, okay.
After bishop g5, once bishop takes e4, like,
yeah.
and it's saying there's trouble. If de then takes and b4, and you pick up a pawn.
Yeah, I was quite excited when I saw f5, especially in Armageddon. When you have low time, you really want to be the side that goes forward and attack. So after f5, I don't know if it was just good for me after that, but it seemed like it. And I was, he sacrificed the exchange, but I think it was probably not enough. I mean, he had like a pawn for the exchange, but his king is too weak, and just.
Were you offended by queen h6? He thought you would miss the fork?
Actually, when he played queen h6, I thought he blundered rook h5, so I was kind of happy.
Maybe miss it.
Yeah, because actually if you go queen h4 instead, then I cannot play rook h5 because of knight g3. So I thought he missed rook h5. Others, like I think in that case, to put it on any other square than h6 would be better because he gave me rook h5 with tempo. And I really don't know, like if he really had to sacrifice on e5. Maybe it's actually like if he plays rook e6, how bad is it? Because my rook on h5 is a bit vulnerable. Like rook e7 or rook e6, rook e6 is logical. I mean, I can take on b7 and take on e4, but I didn't know like if it's really that bad. Probably it is, but like maybe h6 here.
Yeah, no, the computer says nothing special. It says here knight d5, and white is better, but okay.
Oh, knight d5 is a very strong move, yeah, threatening knight f4. Okay, then maybe this is just good then.
Yeah. No.
And after he sacrificed, I think I probably played well.
Looked like you were in control.
Yeah, I was very excited when I saw this knight b5 and some tricks with knight takes f5. You know, when you play against Magnus, you don't think you're going to win until you see the forced win. So even like once I saw knight f5, I started getting those butterflies in my stomach. But before that, you never know.
No, his last chance was to go into this endgame according to the engine win.
Yeah,
it's better, but okay. It's
I
still work to do.
definitely felt for avoiding that endgame, but maybe I cannot.
And then, but you played it quickly, no? You had spotted it from far away.
I had spotted it, so after he played knight c5, I just spent like 20 seconds probably double checking, because well, Magnus, you know.
And so tomorrow is another rest day. What will you do? How will you prepare for the remaining two games?
Tomorrow I'm going to Preikestolen.
Yes.
It's one of the most famous places in Norway. So it's very nice, like hiking.
Yeah. So you will hike up the mountain.
Yeah.
Okay.
With Kirill, my second. So looking forward to that. It's going to be.
Do you think he will embrace Norwegian culture and enjoy the hiking as much as you will?
Well, it's actually his first time in Norway, and he didn't really see much because it's not. I didn't get to show him so much around, so I think it's going to be nice. Anyway, we've been like doing the same all day, so in general, feels good to go and do something else, get some energy.
As for your tournament overall, in the classical, you're at 50%, so things have been going well, no? Other than the Armageddons? I'm quite
satisfied with that. So I hope I can play well the two last games.
All right, then. Thank you so much for joining us. Maybe we can have a brief look at Vichy. What's going on?
Yeah, let's definitely do that because the time trouble might be a factor for Rajabov. What do you think about this particular
Move
position?
36, but
Yes.
I'll play quickly. Looks like Rajal is okay. no?
Yeah, I think he's
27,
okay. It's just his
7,
clock is, but
takes
black is
6.
very active.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely okay.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much, Ari and Tari,
Thanks.
and
Okay.
enjoy
Thank
your
you.
hike.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Okay, so it does look like Rajabov is surviving the time trouble and only has a few moves until he reaches the golden number of move 40, whereupon he will get a 10-second increment per move. And someone else who was struggling for time, but doing okay on the position, and whoa, maybe not okay on the position, is Shakriyar Mamajarov against Anish Giri. So Anish is only still skirting on the edge of 30
Still
seconds.
pawn down.
Yes.
And the position has been transformed. The c pawn disappeared, but white got some pawn in return. So,
Yeah.
how did this happen? Anish
And
went rook c3, giving Mamajarov this chance to counterattack against the h4 pawn. Here, I guess it's too late to keep it with g5, because then black is not in time to play f6. And this is a nice exchange for white, because the c pawn wasn't doing much anyway, was securely controlled by the black king. Well, now the white rook is active.
yeah, and
Suffering.
White's pawns are mobile, and Shakriyar playing for. Ooh,
Did this happen? Oh, he took on b5.
did he? Oh,
Maybe he thought it was lost either way, which is very possible.
okay.
This looks desperate. Does this work? Takes and bishop c4.
Can White not just move the king and then start pushing the g pawn, h pawn?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the a pawn is enough.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, push
Something
a2,
like this.
and
Not a
then-
forced
and then
line,
just
but
push the pawn.
looks winning.
Totally winning. And talking about winning, someone who did in fact win the game, it will come as no big surprise, is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who did defeat Wesley So in their classical encounter. After Wesley made a few time-wasting moves, and he was punished by some accurate calculation. And there we can see the final position. I mean, it's just a case of the d pawn being escorted to its destination. So bad news for Wesley, who remains on 10 points.
Yeah, today he did this to himself. We've brought it up many times, just throwing away 2 tempi for nothing in a position where you really can't afford to lose 2 tempi. It's a strange mistake by Wesley. Really not sure what he missed. But good news for Maxime, who picks up another 3 points, and he's creeping forward in the rankings, coming closer to the top now.
Yeah, he was in 5th place, I think. Let's have a look. And we should head over to Veselin Topalov's game, because there has been a big blunder from Wang Hao.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems a bit out of shape here.
Yeah. Lack of practice. Kaisa does not forgive, ignoring her for a while. I'm not even sure where the blunder was, but his pawns are falling.
Yep. Okay, so
So in computer lingo here, rook g1 apparently is still equal.
is it still like, okay.
Okay, then the point is if knight takes e4, rook e1 wins the piece. And white has to do something about the g2 pawn. So I say something like this, and black should hold. Not obvious to me why this is holding, but that's what it says. Well, in the game, rook e1, rook e2. Now the rook covers the pawn, so knight takes e4 just seems good.
Yep. And if you go rook e8, you just drop your king back.
Yeah,
Or
attacking
does
the
that
rook.
work?
Yeah, king f2 just wins.
Yeah.
No, Wang Hao in time trouble, yeah, he's just out of practice, and
seconds.
Tends to collapse.
Wow, okay, so he's getting that increment of 10 seconds per move, but it's not easy to play this position when you only have 10 seconds on the clock.
No, so looks dead lost now. Like
Yep.
the b5 pawn is too weak. He will try some rook c1, but white can even exchange a pair of rooks. And black king is passive. Rook e5. No, it's just lost.
Yeah, actually you can have your pick of pawns. You can even go for the h pawn first, and then when you're feeling hungry, munch on the b pawn. Yeah, and okay, so that leaves us on the Vachier-Lagrave Rajabov game. That looks like it might be headed into Armageddon territory.
Just ended in a draw.
Oh, it just ended in a draw. Okay, that's it. We're going to see our second Armageddon game, this time between Vachier-Lagrave and Rajabov. And of course, we will be following that game in roughly 20 minutes when the players make their appearance. So back to those two classical games, and we're going to see probably decisive results.
Yeah.
Check.
Anish. Well, he deliberately went for this endgame at pawn down, where the computer said it's equal actually for a long time, but it never feels equal. You still have to be precise all the time with black, while white can try anything. And eventually, Anish put a foot wrong. Let's see where he does it. No, all the moves still seem reasonable. Rook c3. Engine doesn't like that much. Wants rook b3. Then after rook e4, you can give checks, force the king back to h2, and now play rook b4, just not allowing this h pawn to be taken. And after rook c3, rook e4, Magnus had a chance to change the nature of the position while still putting pressure. And here is already very difficult. Like, I'm not sure if it's lost, but certainly no fun. Magnus wore him down. He's a great endgame technician. And Anish, yeah, here trying to force the issue, but it's just not in time.
And yeah, we're going to see 3 pawns.
Rook a7, king b4.
Yeah,
It even takes is apparently winning.
even
Not-
taking.
Not necessary, but seems to win. King g5. The
Okay.
king is too far away.
There is one trap in the position, which of course Mamadjarov will spot, and that is if you, okay, not in this particular position, but if you still like leave, you make a move like in this position, go, yeah, here. So if you go king to g5, is there bishop bishop a4.
Yeah, even this is winning.
Even that's winning, you just simply put your rook.
Hustle back, and
Yep,
these pawns are just too strong with the king so far away.
yep.
Here, you
So-
have to avoid bishop b1, I guess, but rook a1 should still win.
Yep, and there will be an f pawn or h pawn that queens. So that one's clearly winning. So this means, let's revisit Topalov. He doesn't, it's Wang Hao who doesn't have too much time. Looks totally lost, if you ask me.
Yeah, Topalov probably will exchange rooks, and this doesn't look like a fair race. Not sure I'm making the best move. Maybe this can be done with less excitement. Rook e4. No, this looks correct. Compy, what say you?
Do you have to give a check to the king?
No. Normal computer gives this, which I'm not sure. It's the most obvious maneuver, but
Well,
makes sense as
it
usual.
does make sense, you know, rooks behind passed pawns, and also you stop the rook getting to h1, giving a check from behind.
Topalov does not exchange rooks, goes rook d5. Doesn't even want to deal with this race. Rook b1. And yeah. How did Wang Hao even manage to get here? thought it was over already, but he's found some way. Check and rook a8. King b2, rook b8. Right, so still some work to do for Topalov.
And we have a result.
Yeah, Giri
and
lost.
of course, Giri did lose to Vachier-Lagrave. So Vachier-Lagrave picks up an important 3 points. So that will take Magnus up to 11 points, I think, on the standings. Let's have a look.
Spirited debate there.
Yeah, 11.5 points. Yeah, it was just an impractical decision to play into that endgame. And you can see it just cost Anish the time, and also he just could not find the accurate way to defend.
Yeah, with hindsight, it's very surprising that he played rook a8 so quickly, after which this whole sequence is forced when he had to defend this endgame, which was fine. Maybe, I would think he knows everything, probably that's a stretch here, but maybe even knew that was equal. But here, black has a bunch of moves. I have the running computer says bishop a6, for example. Takes and bishop c4 with equality. Or I think we debated this back then, d4, takes. This, it also gives us equal. So it felt like Anish went for this a bit too quickly. Once again, with hindsight, if he had made a comfortable draw, who knows, but it never looked pleasant. And yeah, paid the price. Magnus, great endgame technician, was patient, found a way to keep the game going.
Yep.
And took the chance when it was there. What's the score now? Maxime and Vachier-Lagrave, they're tight? Like, I can't keep track.
Okay, so Magnus has 11.5 points, as does Maxime.
Where's
And
Magnus?
Magnus is still at the top with 13.5 points. And Vichy has 12.5 points.
So if Vichy wins his Armageddon, he overtakes Magnus.
Yeah, I'm not. I think maybe I think maybe they're counting the guaranteed 1 point.
Ah, okay.
So he might just get 13. So he might be half a point behind. And okay. And the big question: one classical game remaining. Wang Hao's seconds left on the clock.
Topalov looks amused by the proceedings. Still much better, but Wang Hao managed to prolong the game, which maybe is annoying. But now King h7, now rook e4. And if the rook goes, then h4 falls with check, and the rook endgame pawn down with a passive rook is completely hopeless.
Yep.
King h6, just king f4, rook c8, rook c5, rook b8, and might even be Zugzwang.
Yep.
F4, pick up the pawn. Now this is gone.
This definitely gone, and the Armageddon match will be at 9:15. So I'm going to propose that we take a very short break.
We can wait for the handshake. I would think the handshake will come here after king g4. I could go. Ah no, the king went to h5, so maybe no handshake yet. All right, then. Topalov shaking his head. He's blundered. He's blundered. Rook c8. Oh no! Rook d7 was a big mistake. He should have gone rook c5, keeping control. And just as I was predicting a handshake, the position now might no longer be winning. Oof. What a turnaround. He needed rook c5 to meet rook c8. Well, now the black rook escapes, gets active. If rook g7, rook c4 check, it's probably a draw. Whoa. Great news for us. We might get another Armageddon, but heartbreak for Topalov, who bungles a completely winning position.
Yeah.
It's just equal now, rook c4.
I mean, how equal is it? Because the white king can go on an escapade to try to win the f6 pawn.
Okay, maybe. Oh, checkmate.
Yep. Does end the game. Maybe you can step back to d.
We need to keep this, but yeah, it looks like.
Could you step up to d6?
We take the pawn.
No, not d6. I meant e6. Sorry. And then now king to d5.
Apparently black is equal enough here. It's not too
okay.
obvious, but... And hang on. I see the
You
little
see the
bar
way.
jumping around. He didn't take the pawn. Take the pawn, Van Houw. Leave the cannoli. Rook c2.
Oh,
King d5. And it's back to lost.
wow. Okay, so why is this lost?
Point is king c6, and he wants rook e5 to pick up this pawn, but here does rook b7. And now black cannot avoid the exchange of rooks and the b pawn queens.
So smart. But you know, to be honest, I mean,
Second chance.
I think with seconds left, these rook and pawn endings are very, very difficult to calculate.
It just has to guess. And
Yeah.
I have the computer on. I have no clue how rook endings work.
King c6 is spotted it. Okay, so rook to
e5
e5
played and
and rook b7. Such a classy touch. And has he spotted it?
He's moved.
Oh, he's played rook d7.
d7.
Is that the same?
Also good enough here. He
Yeah.
wants rook d5. King g5.
Okay, but now
I don't know why he didn't go to b7, but it's apparently still winning. Best move is still rook b7.
Okay, now he goes rook
b2,
b7.
then I don't know. You can even take.
Now
no,
he's done it.
he's done
Now
it.
he's found it. It's one of those kind of things. You move your rook to d7, and then afterwards you just think, "Why did I do that? Why not have more full board vision?" Okay. Okay. Is there any hope for black? For instance, I'm thinking the black king can go rogue and go to f4. And, okay, so he does go rook e2.
The problem now with the king on g5 maybe it was genius, because now you can't even take on g2 because of rook g7, and now you go rook g7. Don't allow counterplay here.
Yeah.
And the b pawn will just queen. Now this is it.
And Topalov playing very quickly, very confidently. He knows it's happening in 10 seconds for Wang Hao in this incredibly difficult position. Retreats.
This is hopeless. He can't really build a pass pawn on the king side. White just goes b5. King. Last
Ditch
whenever I say it's hopeless, he finds one more idea. Rook g8, king f7.
Yeah. Okay, but he can attack the h pawn, right?
Yeah, but then at least rook. I guess it's winning. Rook h8, rook g2. At least black gets the passer. But it should be winning. King f6, king b7.
Yeah, still not easy. And
He's resourceful, Van Houw.
yeah, and with all this with seconds left on the clock. So king goes to f6.
He's played. I don't know what the clean way is. King b7 looks normal. You could also swing the rook around to support the pawn.
And he's gone for this idea, so that the king can just hide on the c line, push the pawn forward,
How does this go if we run?
run again, run.
We just lose the race. Barely.
But how is this? Yeah, it's not quite enough.
It's useful for white to have the h pawn, so black can never give the pawn for the rook. Support his own pawn, because this guy still queens in the end.
And Wang Hao with 25 seconds. King c6. He guess he has to be a bit one-dimensional and just start pushing his pawn. He's given a check. But
Is there one more twist left in this game? I don't think so.
I don't think so. You just escort the pawn to its destination, b6.
Wang Hao plays f3 very energetically, though. It
Yeah.
has to be worse.
Well,
Something.
he's got no time on the clock, so maybe this isn't the kind of tactic that you can use. And Topalov actually looking like he's slightly stressed.
Yeah.
And pushing b7.
G8. And now
He has to
he
go
needs
rook
to
g8.
wrap it up. Rook b4 seems to be a good move. I guess something like king b6 is also winning. Yeah, he's played king b6. But it's making making it a little trickier. f2, rook c1. The king comes.
Can the king not cross over to f?
How's this? Because here there's... No, there are still adventures left to be had in this game, apparently. Rook c1 on the board. King e4.
Yeah. And now you'll move rook g1.
Yeah, if king a7 apparently is a mistake, but it looks like the most obvious move.
But
Paul
okay.
was thinking.
So I guess the whole idea is that after rook f1, what happens after king f3?
Yeah, apparently this is winning for white.
And then you just go h4, right?
Yeah, but this you need some pretty good nerves to calculate, and you still have to play queen versus rook. So, now rook endgames are so tough. It's not like these guys never studied them. It's just impossible to calculate it all with so little time, and every situation is a little different. So it's not like there are patterns that you can just find the correct moves by instinct.
So the most natural move, king a7, does that
Yes.
lose to rook?
No, draws.
Just
Rook
draws.
g1.
Rook g1.
You get a queen, rook takes c1, and the pawn is strong enough. So he's played rook f1, king f3. Now he has to go for this h4, very important to keep the h pawn alive.
Okay, so he's
He's reaching for the king, but that's a draw. King a7, rook g1. Nice little cheapo. He's done it.
Oh.
Whoa, rook g1.
oh no.
The point is if rook f2, king f2, b8, queen.
Oh, but hang on a second. Wang Hao hasn't. Yeah, he's played it.
Yeah, this is a draw.
Rook b1.
What an escape. And yet Topalov shaking his head.
Okay, we're going to see our second
Oof.
Armageddon match. What a trick. Rook takes pawn.
Rook endgame, so
Rook.
tricky.
Yeah, this is such a nice trick. You know, rook takes pawn, king takes rook, and then you can just allow the queen because it's going to be a draw.
No, it's
And-
heartbreak for Topalov, such a winning position, but yeah, he's maybe missed one or two chances to make his life a little easier. And Wang Hao kept finding resources when I thought he should resign. Amazing job by Wang Hao.
Yeah, and with all done with seconds on the clock, which makes it even more impressive in my eyes. Rook. Yeah, what a save. What a save. And meanwhile, in 3 minutes, we will get our second Armageddon game. Well, third.
Sorry. I said we should just wait for the handshake until Wang Hao resigns 15 minutes ago. Here we are.
This is why you don't give up. And it's a lesson to everyone to fight on. And Topalov, he knows. Whoops. Blunder
Yeah, you
has
can see
happened.
from his face he realized it's a draw. Yeah, king a7 was the final inaccuracy.
Ah, but it's so
And
natural.
h4, not easy to spot. It was still keeping a winning position because the pawn now is out of reach for the black king. And it's a weird kind of race because white keeps moving his h-pawn as long as the king chases it. Well, if the rook makes a move, which it has to here. Now you get a queen. The king is not in time. Well, in the game it is. Takes. Shown the line, and here it's too late for h4 because black just gives endless checks. Oof, rough for Topalov. Keeps shaking his head. He's realized it's a draw, of course. So is Wang Hao. Wang Hao looks like, why are you wasting my time, Leslie? It's been a draw all along. Let's go to Armageddon already.
Yeah, no, not sure why he's looking like that. He's just looking at Topalov like, I feel sorry for you. I understand.
Yeah,
There you go. And king takes rook, and now we are going to see the draw in action.
wow,
and
that's
there
not
you
allowed.
go.
B8 pawn, and he pressed the clock. It's an illegal move. Claim the win, Van
And there you go. Draw agreed. We are going to see more Armageddons. So this will be our third Armageddon of the day. So we're going to be in for another long day of adventure and excitement.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay.
So 2 more Armageddon to come. We'll go on a very brief break, but the first one between Anna and Rajabov should start very shortly.
It starts
No
now.
break? It starts now? All right.
It starts now. And the players are lined up. We are going to wait for the handshake.
She took off the jacket.
It's very important to adjust the pieces, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to clear the dust. And there should be a whistle that goes off, shouldn't it? Just to startle the players, just to get the adrenaline pumping. And what are you predicting? E4, D4, C4?
E4. Vishy's been an E4 guy here.
Yeah, he needs to win
He'll stick
though.
to his gun.
I don't know. I'm going to go for C4. Okay. E4. Wow. Nope, I was wrong.
More Italians. Vishy's a principal guy. He's not gonna go too crazy here. But he does put the bishop on G5 in these must-win situations, provoking the sharpest of positions. Board is very slow to update. Here it is.
Yep.
Pawn to A5, knight B2. Usual question for black, should he go G5? If so, when should he do it? Rajabov taking his time, which is not ideal in these situations. Especially if he's still in book, more or less, he should just blitz out the moves.
Bishop A7. And now we have castles. Are we going to see something along the same lines that Magnus and Wesley went down?
Yeah, that was with the pawn on A6, so it's a little different because white has this B4, A4 plan, which Wesley played. Well, that plan is not there.
Okay,
With the pawn on
G5.
A5. Yeah, G5 castle, this is standard stuff. Vishy could still try to play on the queen side with A3, followed by B4, which I think is an idea in these positions. He probably knows. Vishy knows stuff.
Yeah, and
Rook
he's
E1.
gone for rook E1. So presumably then is a knight going to go to F1 and... Okay, knight H7.
Rajabov seems to have studied this as well, blitzing out the moves.
H5.
They're both blitzing. Maybe because it's a blitz game.
Yep.
Queen F6.
Look, the players are in new territory as well. And it's getting sharp.
Bishop D5 coming.
Then bishop B5.
Putting more pressure on the E pawn. But giving Rajabov a move to do something. Like H4, G4, G4 directly. Inside
H4.
H4, G4. Rajabov clearly studied this line in great detail.
Okay.
So maybe in Armageddon's he's no longer hiding his candidate's pride.
No, maybe it's a good idea to reveal just a little bit, just so he feels like he's in good shape. Because psychologically, that has to count for something. And here, Vishy probably is obliged to capture that pawn
He's thinking about something. Maybe bishop takes C6.
first, and then capturing on E5. Okay, so he has captured the pawn, and now he goes for the trade.
Strange position, very sharp. B takes C. If D takes E, I guess black just sidesteps with the queen. And goes queen A4. Doesn't want the pawn. Allowing H3. These positions are so
Yeah.
strong.
How is the situation working out if h3 happens? I mean, it's quite funny. Rajabov is the one playing like he's in a must-win situation.
Yeah, but it's the nature of the position. It's not like black has a choice there. He has to counter on the king side. That's why Arnold always chooses this line in the Armageddons, because black has to play sharply, or he's worse. h3 played.
It looks scary to me. I mean, what is Anand's plan? Rook e3? Try to hold
Take the pawn.
king side. Take the pawn.
Yeah, queen c6.
Queen takes c6.
Goes bishop
Okay.
g3.
Okay.
Solid.
This is... I like this move. The pawn takes pawn. Is in the
Yeah,
air.
just king takes, and he's going to say,
And it's all
no,
safe.
checkmate. Ah, no, safe.
So what about, there's other candidate moves would be like... pawn takes pawn. Accelerate the play. Yeah, I was thinking
Queen h6.
Queen
Nice
h6.
move by Rajabov. Threatening to take and then put something on h3. He's playing well.
I like this move a lot. Is f5 ever going to be in the equation as well? So this is why Vichy's actually captured the pawn. But surely you can just capture with the queen. It's a nice aggressive piece looking at the white king.
Yeah, but white still has a lot of defenders. Rook e3. I still believe in Vichy.
I don't know, I'm worried.
Stand is steady.
He's gone for rook e3, but I'm very, very worried that moves like f5 are going to come onto the board and it's going to get wild. It actually is wild right now, but it's going to get even more crazier. f6 apparently is the top computer move. Who
That's
would have
a tough
thought?
one.
That is a very tough one because I wouldn't have expected. Second one is actually just to drop the queen back to h5. Again, not a
Almost more
move
like
I would play.
Bishop d7. Whoa. All the way back. That one is just wrong.
Okay.
Tactics Vichy. Knight takes e5. Go for it. And Vichy, he looks interested. This is a Vichy type of tactic. See?
Oh,
See?
he's reaching it, and it's on the board.
So sharp.
Yeah.
Pounces.
Knight takes.
The point is if d takes e, bishop takes e5, all of a sudden rook g3, and it's the black king that gets mated. And yeah, Rajabov takes, but now bishop takes. Anand gonna win another Armageddon. Maybe it's too early to say that.
Yeah, because
Still some tension.
you can drop the bishop in the way.
Yeah, or the horsey, or both.
Okay. Rook g3 check. Time to get a blockader in. It's
G4.
bishop g4, but f3.
Yeah, even queen d1, and if f5 takes, keeps control.
Yeah, f3 would be a big mistake because the queen takes bishop.
Oh yeah, I didn't see
Suddenly
it.
one
That's
of
really good
those
for you.
attackers would disappear off the board. So no, you don't want to be playing that move. So drop the queen back to d1.
He's gonna do it.
He is going to do it. He's reaching for it. Another good move is king g2, apparently. Okay, but queen d1, it makes a lot of sense. And now
It's
f6.
too strong.
No,
Yeah,
f6
but F6
loses.
even queen g4 now, or rook g4
Rook
probably
G4.
wins more directly.
Okay, and Rajabov, 3 minutes on the clock, facing some serious pressure along the G line.
I think it's over.
It is over.
If he can just pick up the bishop and any endgame is completely winning for him, he'll be, what, 2-3 pawns up with the better pieces.
Yeah, totally.
Once again, given a tactical chance, he doesn't miss those.
No.
Knight takes e5. Was a good game by Rajabov, just here. Lost the threat here with bishop to d7, and there was no coming back.
No, absolutely not. And I like your suggestion, just banking it, as we say. Queen takes bishop.
Yeah,
Followed
Rajav
by-
resigns.
And that's it. He's won. Oh, what a game. What a real tactical shot by the Indian legend. And well, we've been promising a break now for quite a while. A short pause.
Poor viewers, they need a break. Thanks for sticking around. Get some hot beverage.
Yep, and we'll be back in time for either an interview or the next Armageddon game.
Both.
Stay tuned. And we are back just in time to watch the start of Topalov against Wang Hao. Now, this one is going to be a tricky one to call because Topalov in the classical game was completely winning. And there will be that thought running through his head that he shouldn't be there.
You can tell from his face he's still heartbroken, tired.
Yeah.
Trying to do a little power nap there.
Yeah, but he can still see that frown, and Wang Hao is just thanking his lucky stars. And I suspect that this tension that's coming from Topalov perhaps won't be an asset when the two start playing Armageddon, and they are off.
And Hao wants another shot at the knight e2. Sveshnikov. I could see the players chatting between the games, so Wang Hao hasn't had much time to prepare, because Topalov and his manager Silvia Danailov expertly kept him busy. And the same line as in the classical is on the board.
Okay. But we should see an improvement somewhere from Wang Hao. He can't be just...
And just follow the game and hope to hold the rook ending again.
That would be an unusual strategy, to say the least.
e3, the Vesseline's not deviating. h6, h3, we've seen it all before. The cleaning crew is entering the bank building here. Even they expected Topalov to win that angle. a3, strange deviation, because it looked like white should go a4 in these positions. So I'm not sure what a3 is all about. Wang Hao sticks to the same plan, b5 followed by bishop to b6. Yeah, I guess still queen d2.
Yeah.
With similar play.
I mean, it doesn't really make so much sense to repeat this because, I mean, we did see in the game that Topalov actually did some unusual plan of f4, which Wang Hao could have just captured the pawn and just put a defensive knight on e5, would have been okay for him. But it did feel that Topalov was better. He had nice pressure against d6 again, and also b5 point was weak.
What's Wang Hao doing? He just reached for a piece, but it's not your move, Wang Hao. Topalov taking his time here.
Yeah.
Not sure why. Just play queen d2. He's probably thinking if he can grab the pawn on b6. But is this the time to calculate?
It's not the time to calculate, but it's certainly the time to make some good strategical decisions.
He could take. That's what he's thinking about. But how long?
Yeah. Well, Topalov.
Now c4. Whoa. That's bold.
Yeah, it's kind of conceding.
Allowing knight d4. I don't like this plan. a3 and c4. Because a4 you don't give up control over the d4 square. Well, his adjustment seems to make things worse.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
Knight d4 played. Yeah, Topalov. He's probably so done with the day.
Okay, but it's not the end of the world. You have to navigate this next bit with a little bit of caution because you can't make careless moves like queen d2 now because the knight b3 going to end the game there and then. So rook c1, just go, so what? You got a knight on d5, d4. I don't care.
C4 was such a horrible move though.
a4. It was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah, just
was
giving
so
up that square for
anti-positional.
nothing. Should be 6. Black's just better.
Yeah. And, well, Topalov has to recover. And just a reminder of the time control. Wang Hao has just under 6 minutes on the clock, but there will not be any added increment until move 40, upon which the players will get a 1 second move bonus. It looks like Wang Hao is doing great. Knight on d4.
Yeah, he put his bishop on b7, which is somewhat strange now to Topalov. At least he's stabilizing to some extent with bishop d3. And Wang Hao still has to decide how to deal with this. The bishop going to e6 looked much more natural when after bishop d3 you have knight g4, for example. Well, from b7 the bishop isn't doing that much.
That's true.
Attacking this pawn, that's covered. He goes rook c8. Could think about taking this twice. Wang Hao will look for counterplay with d5. It's going to be a mess.
And that's what we welcome.
Yeah, but I think it's a battle of attrition at this point. They both seem extremely tired, but yeah, d5 on the board. And once again, creating counterplay. I have a feeling that Vaseline is just out of steam, understandably, after that classical game.
Yeah.
Now his position is very hard to handle, at least in practice. D takes e4 is a threat. Ed queen d5 looks unpleasant. He's slow. No, things aren't going his way.
No. I mean, I guess, can you do some repair work? Put your queen on b1, reinforce the e4 square. I know it's not like the most active stuff, and I know that white needs to win, but, you know, for the time being.
Yeah, the problem is black has all the tactics now as well, like here, for example. I think you take and you can check and knight c3.
Okay.
The bishop falls.
So that doesn't work. Okay, so no queen b1.
Goes knight a4, parts ways with the e4 pawn. But pleasant it is not. He takes e, bishop b1.
Yeah. Okay. Is it still so bad? You know, we can see a situation where the knight takes the bishop, I say, and then the rook comes to a8, promptly killing that idea. Tricky to come up with a single active plan for white. Just maybe king h1. I'm stuck for a move. Rook, what move would you think of? Rook a2? I don't know.
Rook a2, rook d2 maybe. I don't know. If you run into bishop d5, bishop b3. He has not made his life easy, and he's behind on the clock now as well, which is not easy when you start with 3 extra minutes. Clearly a bit out of it, understandably.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's shaking his head, unhappy. But you did this, Vaseline. You went c4.
Okay, he goes for bishop a2. I was... one of the things that impressed me about Vaseline, but this was actually from an extract in a book, where something kind of similar happened to Vaseline. You know, he was in totally winning position and he just blundered a piece. And the position was so winning that it actually was just a draw. And so Vaseline had to do all the hard work of trying to squeeze it.
Rook takes a4, sorry.
Rook takes a4?
Exchange sacrifice by Wang Hao, and it looks strong. Queen takes and knight to g4. He switches to knight to d5. He switches to attacking.
But maybe there's some hope for Vaseline now. Because was this necessary?
Now it looked very strong if he goes knight g4. Apparently, it's already beyond the realms of defense. Knight d5.
It's heading the wrong direction. He needed to go for a kingside attack and be brutal.
Ziri is joining the debate.
Yeah. What did she say?
I didn't fully understand. Sometimes her voice is a little robotic.
She's lacking in enthusiasm. So knight takes. What are the
knight d5, rook c1.
The candidate moves I'm thinking about are first of all captures. I'm not sure about that. Also thinking about aggressive moves. The queen can come out. I'm not sure about that. f5. You know me, love my pawn pushes.
Sure.
f5. Yeah, actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, yeah, it has to be f5. f5, threaten f4, go forward. And, well, Wang Hao, 3 minutes.
Does go for the capture.
Yeah.
What's the point? Knight f3 check.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
This is
Calculation mode.
GF, bishop e3. Might work.
But can you block the check at the very least? Okay, so quick count. You're
Here
still going to
we'd
be...
have to go king h1 and...
Wow.
It's complicated. EF looks lethal, but there's rook c6, so you probably have to take. Rook takes.
Now
I'll play
EF.
EF. And if rook c6, we're having some back rank issues. Interesting idea, so possibly Topalov can't take. And king h1, queen h4 is also not something you do.
He's gone for
happily.
it, take. And now bishop takes king h1. And now the big question is bishop takes rook. Will Wang Hao find this? Or will he go for the extremely tempting pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, but once you spot EF rook c6, I think you give up on that dream and he does take the rook.
He takes the rook.
Which looks strong.
Yeah. And
Rook
now
takes.
E takes f. And so if you go rook c6 now, then queen d2.
Queen d2, and there's
checkmate on g2.
issues.
And tissues. Oh dear. 3 minutes for Topalov. Can he find a defense? I mean, there's no defense, is there? Queen. But now you can just simply come down. Queen to d2.
Yeah, you can win on material balance. Now queen d2, rook g1, f2, queen b7, take the rook, take the bishop.
Yeah.
And
Wang Hao plays it. He's very good at calculation. And, well, Topalov with under 2.5 minutes. And the position is just hopeless. Yeah, there's nothing to be done, as Jan has highlighted with some very beautiful arrows.
thank you.
And now all he needs to do is f2. We'll put the nail in the coffin. Bank it, Wang Hao. You have 3 minutes on the clock to find a good move, and yep, he's done it. Pawn takes rook. And now queen takes bishop. And unfortunately, white's king is just completely exposed, and the handshake comes out, and oh, the emotions that Topalov is going through. You can see that hurt, but it was really that classical game where he just let the win slip away. Wow. But Wang Hao, what an impressive game. When he was given the chance, he pounced very efficiently, spotted the fireworks when he needed to. And I have to say, well-deserved winner. You have to take your chances when you're presented with them. And we should take a recap of the standings, because there's been a lot of movement at the top. So Magnus Carlsen, after today's Armageddon loss, he still leads, but he's got 13.5 points. Vishy Anand also played a draw in the classical game, but he finished with an Armageddon win against Rajabov, and he's now trailing by half a point, 13 points. And then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. They are both on 11.5 points. So, you know, there's just 2 classical games left, 2 classical victories, and anything can happen. I mean, we're now reaching the business end of the tournament. And what are you predicting?
I have no clue who plays whom in the final games. Carlsen is white tomorrow against Maxime. That's obviously a big one. And Vishy against Mamedyarov. So we have the 4 leaders facing each other. In last round, Carlsen faces Topalov. Vishy faces Tari.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be a close race. Whoever scores a classical victory can jump into the lead.
Yeah.
I'm predicting Carlsen will win as usual.
Carlsen is the master of comebacks, so we will see. But whatever's going to happen, it's going to be a nerve-wracking finish. And we won't be seeing you tomorrow because it's a free day. But we will be back for all the action on Thursday and, of course, Friday at the usual time of 5 p.m. So thank you all for watching and stay tuned.